For the Chicago Bears, keep it clean. Can that offensive line keep the pocket clean? Keep Jay Cutler clean. He's hot. Talk about hot. How about this guy the last 6 weeks? Adrian Peterson has been on fire, but he can't do it alone. He needs some help, Tony.
Bruce, you're absolutely right. Adrian Peterson cannot do it by himself. The Vikings, they have to get that play-action passing game going. You know, when you have a great back like the Vikings do, Christian Ponder should be able to have success downfield and throwing the ball because that defense, they got to respect that run first. You know, it hurts not having Percy Harvin in the lineup, but opportunities are there for other guys like Michael Jenkins, Jerome Simpson. Those two guys need to step up their game.
All right, Goose, the opening kickoff is coming up. It's the Vikings and the Bears on Fox.
Look who's back.
Again?
It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
We can see you, Carl.
We can totally see you.
Come on, you're better than this. All that prowling around.
Yeah, you're the king of the jungle.
Have you thought about going vegan, Carl?
You know, folks who save hundreds of dollars by switching to Geico sure are happy.
How happy are they, Jimmy?
Happier than an antelope with night vision goggles.
Nice.
Get happy. Get Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
This holiday season, make a resolution to hug more. Corners, that is. Hurry in to the BMW Happier New Year event and make a resolution you want to keep. Receive your holiday credit of up to $3,500 on select models now through January 2nd.
Heisman winner Johnny Manziel leads number 9 Texas A&M against number 11 Oklahoma. The AT&T Cotton Bowl, January 4th on Fox.
All right, family photo.
Charlie, stop punching your brother.
He asked me to.
Sarah, stop texting and look at your dad.
I can do 2 things at once.
Okay, well, just look at your dad so he can get this shot.
He must be a ninja.
Good behavior.
Got it.
What? Okay, wait.
Yeah, I got it. Come here.
Nobody move, especially you, Charlie.
Let's go. Okay.
How'd you do that?
Automagically.
Awesome.
Let's eat.
Combine pictures with Best Face on the new Samsung Note 2, available at US Cellular.
Dear Honda, thanks for getting my father-in-law a deal at your holiday sales event.
He's not easy to please.
And they all come standard with Bluetooth. You talk on the phone a lot? It's got Pandora.
But he knows a great value when he sees it. Love, Kim and Mike.
Did you just see that?
What?
More happiness and standard features with every Honda during Happy Honda Days. Get a great deal on the 2013 Pilot at your Honda dealer.
Oh, hey, Mike. What are you up to?
Just diagramming this accident with my State Farm Pocket Agent app. You can also get a quote and pay your premium with this thing.
I thought State Farm didn't have all those apps.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah. They can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
Where'd you hear that? The internet.
Oh, look. Here comes my date. I met him on the internet. He's a French model.
Bonjour.
State Farm, more mobile than ever. Get to a better state.
Check out what fans are saying about Dish Nation.
I'm falling in love with Dish.
I love you too, honey.
I thought she was talking about me.
Monday at 5:30 on Fox 32 Chicago.
Fox Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
Welcome back to snowy Minneapolis. It's the Bears and the Vikings meeting for the second time in 3 weeks. Chicago with a 28-10 victory at Soldier Field. Bears have won the last 6 meetings. Home teams have won 17 of the last 21. Now a developing story. The Bears place kicker Robbie Gould suffered a left calf strain during pregame warm-up. So Adam Podless, the Bears punter, will handle the opening kickoff.
And I think this is a smart idea. Take away some of that pressure from the kick and that placement of that left foot for Robbie Gould. And when we watched him warm up after that injury, we never really saw him extended beyond the 25-yard line in his field goal attempts.
Kickoff bounces into the end zone away from A.J. Jefferson. No return. So the Vikings with a record of 6-6. They are 5-1 here at home. Will start from their own 20-yard line. Led out onto the field by the second-year quarterback out of Florida State, Christian Ponder.
Yeah, and a lot of talk about Christian Ponder this week up here in Minnesota. How is he going to bounce back from that loss to Green Bay? I liked everything he said. You know, he made some bad decisions, especially on first and second down. You know, those are some downs where you can kind of throw the ball away, play a little bit smarter. We'll see how he plays this afternoon, bouncing back.
Vikings without Percy Harvin, the leading receiver, placed on injured reserve this past week. On first down, it's Adrian Peterson, who ran for 210 against Green Bay last Sunday, and Peterson stays in bounds and is finally tackled inside the Chicago 30 by Lance Briggs, a 52-yard run on the first play from scrimmage by Adrian Peterson.
And we'll see how often Minnesota decides to attack Chicago right in this area. There's your two new guys in the lineup because Brian Urlacher is out. Do they focus onto the right side of their offensive line and try and get some mismatches? And I tell you what, over the last 6 weeks, this guy has been absolutely phenomenal. They cannot waste the efforts that he is putting forth in the running game.
9 guys in the box in that last run, Moose.
From the Bears, 29, it's Peterson again, brings the tackle, so he follows up a long run by gaining just 1. On first down, Vikings offense ranked 22nd. These 5 on the offensive line, they've started every game.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons they're playing so well in the running game. They're doing a nice job in pass protection. The issue is they're not taking advantage, like Tony said, of all of the threats that they pose to the defense and what you have to do to commit to stop Adrian. There should be plays down the field, and those receivers have to step up and make them today.
It's Peterson again. 3 plays, 3 Adrian Peterson runs. He's swallowed up at the 27-yard line. Bears defense ranked 5th, but as we mentioned, without a couple of key guys today.
Yeah, a lot of changes. Nate Collins is in for Stephen Paya. He's been playing well this year. He's been banged up. They're going to set him down. He's inactive today. But your big one is right there in the middle. Brian Urlacher. His experience, his knowledge, his ability to follow plays during the course of the game. And Calvin Hayden gets to start for Tim Jennings. Tim Jennings leads the NFL in takeaways, and that's what this defense does best.
Ponder on 3rd and 8, checks it down, and Michael Jenkins picks up a Vikings first down, gain of 11. So Ponder hits a wide receiver early last Sunday. No completions to a wideout the first 57 minutes.
But the big thing about Chicago is you know where they're going to be defensively. A little slip right there by Lance Briggs. That allows that little void to be in that zone defense. You know where to go. Now it's just execution. Can you execute against this Bears defense?
Vikings in the red zone. They have 3 tight ends on the field. 1st and 10 from the 17-yard line. The handoff to Peterson. He's inside the 10, the 5, and he is wrestled out of bounds inside the 2. Peterson gains 15 more.
You've got to pay attention to formation at the snap of the ball. They out-leverage Chicago. Look at this. They got 5 guys to their left side. That affects gap control. Chicago is a gap control defense, a 1-gap defense. That means every defender is responsible for 1 gap, and they overloaded that side of the ball and messed up their gap count.
Yep, easiest block on offense for an offensive lineman is a down block. When you're out leveraged, that's what happens. They get out on that perimeter.
1st and goal from the 1 as Peterson takes it in for a Vikings touchdown.
This is a very impressive opening drive by the Minnesota Vikings. Jerome Felton, who's been blocking really, really well as the fullback in that offense with the lead block on the touchdown run by Adrian Peterson.
69 yards for Peterson on the drive. Got things started with a 51-yard run. Blair Walsh the extra point. 7-0 Minnesota.
Today's business travel challenge, redeeming a reward flight. The other airlines versus Southwest. These executives have earned reward flights.
They just need to pick a date, and those other airlines never make it easy.
Ah, that's a great day to fly.
Oh, he just got the blackout knockout. Oh.
But here's the Southwest solution. Every date is available, and so is every seat.
This executive can't lose. He's a champ with rapid rewards.
Business travelers win with Southwest.
Entry invalid.
Mode. Mode. 5 seconds.
The Windows Phone 8X by HTC on Verizon. It features easy-to-navigate live tiles that are simple to customize. Just pin what matters most right to your home screen. Exclusively with DataSense, a feature that makes the most of your plan. Only on Verizon.
To those who got this season's most tech-savvy way to travel, the Buick Verano, with Bluetooth and IntelliLink standard, enjoy. To those who got something else, well, there's still time. Celebrate the holidays and lease this 2013 Buick Verano with 2 years of scheduled maintenance for around $199 per month.
Hey, Steven, got your new official Nike jersey? Mom, I'm talking to Steven Jackson.
For a limited time, get a special discount at NFLshop.com.
Today's game on Fox is sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
What a start for Adrian Peterson and the Vikings offense.
And you know what? That's a scary thing. Look at the line there at the bottom. The Bears' first opening drive touchdown allowed all season. When we talked to Major Wright and Chris Conti yesterday, one of the things they brought up was that San Francisco game. San Francisco drove down the field, only got a field goal, but they felt like they established themselves offensively right from that opening drive. Let me tell you what, you don't see a better opening drive than what Minnesota just put on that defense.
Eric Weems on the return for Chicago. Forced out of bounds by Andrew Sendejo. So Jay Cutler and the Bears offense take the field trailing by 7.
And he was on fire the last time these two teams played. Tremendous confidence in his ability to put a ball into a small window. The Minnesota Vikings covered Brandon Marshall well, but Cutler and Marshall were in such a zone, and there's so much confidence between the two. They made some great throw catches in that game.
12 receptions for Marshall against the Vikings 2 weeks ago. Bears start from their own 17-yard line. 3 receivers set. Cutler looking to throw on first down over the middle, and it's broken up by Jasper Brinkley.
And the big challenge for the Bears this year, when we talk about the running game not in sync, Jay Cutler getting roughed up in the pocket, there's been a lot of change on this offensive line. One of the things that Mike Tice will do, he will help Jamarcus Webb all afternoon. The backs, the tight ends, they will always chip to the left side. Alshon Jeffrey gets the start at wide receiver. I think he's a key part to this passing game, taking the next step. He's been in and out of the lineup during the course of the year because of injuries. When he's in there, it's a different passing attack.
Devin Hester in the slot. 2nd and 10, Cutler quick out to Hester, who returns, missed last week's game with a concussion suffered against the Vikings 2 weeks ago, and Hester looks to have a first down.
This Minnesota Vikings team is 5-1 at home this season, and I think it is a great home field advantage, especially for this group right here. Jared Allen gets that extra tick coming off that ball. This crowd gets loud. They're going to have to challenge that Bears offensive line. Enjoyed talking with Harrison Smith during the course of the weekend. One of the good young players in the NFL today. A much under-respected secondary for the Minnesota Vikings.
Smith, the first-round pick out of Notre Dame, and Forte is bottled up, losing the yard. It's Jared Allen with the tackle for a loss of a yard.
We talk about him in the sack game, but he's just as good against the run because he's an upfield penetrating type defensive lineman. You could see the trap was coming from the Bears. You're pulling a guy, you want to kick Jared Allen out, get up inside of him, but he's so quick, he beats that trap block.
Yeah, he does a nice job of keeping his eyes inside on the ball carrier, but knowing that that pull is coming.
Hester in the slot to the left. On 2nd down 11, Cutler hands it off. Forte finds a hole, and then is brought down at the 33-yard line by Smith. Forte Gain 7, setting up 3rd down and 4. Vikings scored on their opening drive, lead the Bears 7-0. 3rd down and 4, Chicago. Bears must get to the 37 for a 1st down as Cutler throws. It's picked off. Intercepted by Josh Robinson. And Robinson is inside the 20, the 10. The question is, did he stay in bounds? He did. Touchdown.
This is a timing route to Alshon Jeffrey. It's a skinny post. It's thrown on time. Wide receiver is going to make his break. Jay Cutler is going to throw him open. Let's see if 17 slips on the break. A little bit of contact right there, goes to the ground. Now watch the Minnesota Viking defense. Chad Greenway, 52 right there. A great block on Matt Forte. And it looks like, actually, he stepped out of bounds when he hurdled.
All turnovers are reviewed upstairs. It certainly did look like Robinson stepped out of bounds during the return. Walt Coleman is our referee. For Robinson, his 2nd interception this season. Rookie 3rd-round pick out of Central Florida.
There's that block by Chad Greenway as he goes to go up and over. It looks like that left foot is out of bounds right there.
And if it is determined that Robinson did in fact step out of bounds, it will be 1st and goal for the Vikings inside the Bears 6. It was ruled a touchdown on the field, but all turnovers are reviewed. Take one more look as his left foot comes down, looks to hit White.
Nice cut back inside, though.
Well, you know, a nice job by Minnesota's defense too, Tony. I mean, it looked just like Chicago's defense, right? We see these turnovers, and all of a sudden, I mean, Chad Greenway, that was a great lead block on Matt Forte to get him to the sideline, have the opportunity to hurdle him and try and get into the end zone.
You know how athletic those defensive guys are. I mean, they're multi-talented.
Vikings taking a page out of the Bears book. Chicago with 7 defensive touchdowns on interception returns this season. Remember, it must be conclusive.
You know, everything we've seen, Tony, or Kenny, you wonder, is there enough? Does that one give you enough? Is he in the white right there? This is going to be interesting to see what the officials decide, if there's enough from these angles to overturn the call that was made on the field.
Jay Cutler chatting with quarterbacks coach Jeremy Bates. Here's Josh Robinson, who returned the pick 49 yards for a score. The play is under review. Certainly looked to us like Robinson stepped out of bounds. Here comes Walt Coleman.
After reviewing the play, the runner's left foot stepped out of bounds at the 5.5-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal at the 5.5. Please reset the clock to 9:49, please. 9:49.
So no touchdown for Robinson and the Vikings, but Leslie Frazier sends his offense back out onto the field. 1st and goal from the Bears 5.
One of the things that Minnesota has battled offensively is being aggressive, trying not to make mistakes. We talked about the small margin for error, but in this situation, I would really like to see Bill Musgrave be aggressive with his play calling. Punch this in, jump out 14-0 right away here in the 1st quarter.
On 1st down, it's Peterson. Major Wright comes up to make the tackle. Gain of 3.
It's one of those situations that they were not going to be too excited about, is a gaping hole, and Adrian Peterson coming through that really kind of untouched, and Major Wright and Chris Conte both with safety support happening to come up and make that tackle on Adrian Peterson.
Saw the numbers on Peterson. There's Bill Musgrave, the offensive coordinator, 72 yards on the ground. We have not yet played 6 minutes. 2 tight end set. The pitch to Peterson on 2nd and goal. Hard to bring him down, and Bears finally do just that at the 1-yard line.
Looks like Henry Melton got a little banged up on that last play. Yeah, Melton's down.
Well, that's one of the guys that Lovie Smith has been talking to us about all season long. There's Henry Melton, 69, coming across on your screen. They've talked about Henry Melton. They've talked about that D-line rotation for the Chicago Bears.
Hey. Who's that?
Oh, that's Rob.
When I lived in this apartment, the 49ers won the Super Bowl. I used to watch every game from this exact spot. This exact spot. I didn't know what else to do. This is my lucky seat, man. The team needs me, man.
Bud Light, for the fans who do whatever it takes.
Unlimited phone, unlimited data, unlimited gifts of joy. Buy one Samsung Galaxy phone, get the same model free. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/holiday today.
You've had alterations made to 2 different chromosomes.
Not just a science project, Doc.
Withdraw your team. Do not try to take him.
Let's go.
The Bourne Legacy. Own it this Tuesday.
To those who received both the full-size room and the EPA estimated 36-mile-per-gallon Buick LaCrosse with the assist, enjoy. To those who sacrificed one for the other, there's still time. Celebrate the holidays and lease this 2013 Buick LaCrosse with 2 years of scheduled maintenance for around $299 per month.
Today's game is sponsored by Bud Light, the official beer of NFL fans. Here we go.
Vikings lead 7-0. 3rd and goal from the Bears' 1-yard line following a Chicago turnover. Peterson, he's in. Touchdown. His 2nd of the quarter.
I guess you don't have to be an aggressive play caller when you got number 28 lined up as your halfback.
Not at all. Not at all. Just give him the ball and tell him to go. Take a look at him right here. He does a nice job of seeing the outside corner wide open and then just turning it up, keeping his shoulder square like we talk about all the time now, and just forcing his way right into the end zone.
Nice job by Matt Khalil on Julius Peppers on that. That was the open side. They put 2 tight ends right and ran back to the left.
Walsh with the extra point. For Adrian Peterson, his 2nd touchdown today. 14 points for the Vikings in just over 3 minutes.
To those who got this season's most tech-savvy way to travel, the Buick Verano, with Bluetooth and IntelliLink standard, enjoy. To those who got something else, well, there's still time. Celebrate the holidays and lease this 2013 Buick Verano with 2 years of scheduled maintenance for around $199 per month.
Would you shine a little bit brighter, climb a little bit higher? Tell me, would you shine for me? Would you hold a little bit longer, sing a little bit louder? Tell me, would you shine for me?
All right, family photo.
Charlie, stop punching your brother.
He asked me to.
Hey, Sarah, stop texting and look at your dad.
I can do 2 things at once.
Okay, well, just look at your dad so you can get this shot.
He must be a ninja.
Good behavior.
Got it.
What?
Yeah, I got it. Come here.
Nobody move, especially you, Charlie.
Let's go.
Okay? How'd you do that?
Automagically. Let's eat.
Combine pictures with Best Face on the new Samsung Note 2. For a limited time, get 2 flip covers for the price of 1, exclusively at Verizon.
Today's game is sponsored by the Buick Verano. Unexpected luxury in a car this size. By the Bourne Legacy. It's the best Bourne yet. On Blu-ray and DVD December 11th. And by Samsung Galaxy Note 2. The next big thing is here.
Well, the Minnesota Vikings could not have asked for much more over the first 6.5 minutes.
I mean, an incredible start. I mean, the offense on that opening series has a great drive against the defense. Then they get the takeaway. Chicago just has to be wondering what hit them. What have we walked into today?
Again, it's Weems, not Hester. On a return for Chicago. And he not able to get across the 10.
I tell you one thing right now, Chicago is not matching the intensity and the emotion of the Minnesota Vikings right now in any phase of this game. Offense, defense, and right there, special teams inside the 10-yard line or just outside the 10-yard line on a kickoff.
Minnesota, you hit the nail on the head, Moose. You could feel it down here. They're just ready to play, and Chicago just can't get it going.
Bears started the season 7-1. They've lost 3 of their last 4. The only win came over these Vikings 2 weeks ago. Bears have run only 5 offensive plays. They trail 14-0. From the 11, play action on first down. Cutler with time. And the pass out to the 20-yard line is incomplete. Intended for the tight end, Kellen Davis.
Time for this offense to step up. You know, obviously, this is a different Bears defense this afternoon without Brian Urlacher, without Tim Jennings. They have carried this team to this 8-4 record. It's time for Jay and his guys on that side of the ball to step up and take some pressure off that defense and get this team headed in the right direction this afternoon.
The offense ranked 30th in the league despite great chemistry and the terrific numbers put up by Cutler and Marshall over the first 12 games. Cutler, of course, missed 1. Pass deflected and then nearly picked off by Antoine Winfield. Fred Evans got a piece of it.
Well, it looked like he was looking at Devin Hester, and then he decided to go outside. And that offensive line held up pretty good, but the defensive line got their hands up a little bit, and Jay Cutler just made a low throw that was tipped at the line of scrimmage.
3rd down and 10 for Chicago. Play clock winding down, and the Bears will use their first timeout. Chicago in a 14-0 hole, and Cutler having trouble hearing the play call.
To those who received both the full-size room and the EPA estimated 36-mile-per-gallon Buick LaCrosse with the assist, enjoy. To those who sacrificed one for the other, there's still time. Celebrate the holidays and lease this 2013 Buick LaCrosse with 2 years of scheduled maintenance for around $299 per month.
You really think it's him? I mean, Osama bin Laden?
2 minutes. Eyes on target.
This is pure risk. I'm cool with that.
You will never find him.
Who here has been in a helo crash before? Okay, so we're all good.
Dark 30, rated R. Special engagements start December 19th.
Honey.
Yeah.
You notice something different about these toys?
Oh, the prices are so low. Are we dreaming?
I got an idea. Kick me in the shin. If I feel it, we know the prices are real. Yep, they're real.
We've got more rollbacks on toys all December.
Wait, is that real?
This Christmas, get the hottest brands and rollbacks on the season's hottest toys, like the Beyblade Destroyer Dome, only $34.96. The Nerf Elite Hailfire, only $29.88. Or select Play-Doh sets, only $10. All backed by our low price guarantee. America's Gift Headquarters, Walmart.
My best whopper?
The one I had after we went to our first game together.
Come celebrate 55 years of the Whopper sandwich with the spicy Angry Whopper and new sweet potato curly fries. Only at Burger King, where taste is king.
And sometimes you miss a guy from a production standpoint, but that guy right there, you're going to miss his leadership all afternoon. You can see the concern on his face for his defense right now.
And his intimidation also. One thing Jay Cutler can't do here is try to force something and get another turnover. If it's not there, he needs to get rid of this ball and just punt the ball.
Cutler on 3rd down and 10, takes off. Let's get to the 21. And he does pick up the Bears' first down.
We've said it all along. You can say what you want about Jay Cutler, but you can't question his toughness. This is a guy, he had a concussion a couple weeks ago. Here it is, a critical part of the game. 3rd and long, you're backed up. All the momentum is with Minnesota. You can't come out and punt again. And look at the effort here to get the first down.
He knows what he has to do to get this offense going. He needs a little momentum, and that's called a leader right there.
So it's the leader on the defensive side, Urlacher, watching from the sidelines. Cutler gains 11. Matt Forte follows it up with a 4-yard run as we head to Kurt Menefee in Los Angeles. Kurt?
Well, after the Redskins, RG3 hooked up with Josh Morgan for a 7-0 lead. Joe Flacco and the Ravens answered back. Anquan Bolden, 19-yard score. We're all tied at 7 in the first quarter. Getting loose goose.
Thanks, Kurt. Redskins have won their last 3. All over division rivals. 2nd down and 6. Cutler out of the shotgun, swings it out to Devin Hester. Looks to put on a move and then is forced out of bounds by Winfield after a short gain of just 1.
Yeah, I think that this is a good position for Devin Hester to go to. I think that his skill set working out of here, out of the slot, in the plays that you can create with his ability as a returner, this is where you can take advantage of that. As a starting wideout on the outside, that Z position, the spot opposite the tight end, I think it's a difficult spot for him. It takes a lot of time to develop that. And I think that Devin Hester, with now Alshon Jeffrey stepping in, moving into the slot, that's 3 dynamic players on the outside for Chicago.
3rd down and 5. Forte out of the backfield, and a beautiful tackle is made by the 3-time Pro Bowler Antoine Winfield as Forte loses a yard and the Bears are forced to punt.
Well, Jay Cutler, he's in the backfield. They don't block Chowder Allen right there. Jay Cutler knows he has to get rid of the ball fast and dumps it outside, but nice tackle right there.
That's a good play design, get Matt Forte out in space on a corner, but unfortunately the corner was Antoine Winfield, one of the best tackling corners in the NFL throughout his entire career.
So here's Adam Podlesh, who handled the opening kickoff for the injured Robbie Gould earlier. Marcus Sherrill's back deep. Their catch is called for at the 26-yard line. There is a flag. Flag back at the 33.
During the kick, holding number 40 of the return team. 10-yard penalty, first down.
That's on Red Ellison. It will force the Vikings back 10 yards. They lead 14-0.
Say, what is your name?
Django. Something up with these two. They here for that girl.
His wife is my property.
Watch your hands, boss. I count 6 shots. I count 2 guns. In my world, you gotta get dirty. So that's what I'm doing. I'm getting dirty.
Django Unchained.
Adult supervision is required.
Rated R, Christmas Day.
We're the people with the smile on the box. We're the reinventors of normal. And this holiday season, we're reinventing the perfect gift with the all-new Kindle Fire HD. With an HD screen, HD camera, and dual-speaker Dolby sound. And 22 million movies, TV shows, songs, apps, books, and more. Happy holidays, indeed. The all-new Kindle Fire HD.
This is awesome!
Folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico sure are happy.
I'd say happier than a slinky on an escalator.
Get happy. Get Geico.
Well, that was uncalled for. Folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico sure are happy.
How happy, Ronnie? Happier than Gallagher at a farmer's market.
Get happy. Get Geico.
Now your entertainment can be more amazing. This holiday, get an Xbox 360 with Kinect in 3 games, now $50 off. Entertainment is more amazing with Xbox.
One show creates real superstars. American Idol premieres January 16th on Fox.
Well, Adrian Peterson has outgained the entire Bears team by more than a 2-1 margin. Peterson with 74 yards and 2 Viking touchdowns. Minnesota starts this drive from their 16-yard line on the slant. It is Jerome Simpson who picks up 13 yards and a Vikings first down.
I want you to see what Chicago's doing. This is the respect that Tony talked about with Adrian Peterson. There are 9 guys at the line of scrimmage. Play action pass, come out, throw the ball. There has to be plays to be made in the play action game.
Problem for Chicago, they got 9 guys in the box and they're still not stopping.
From the 29 on first down, it's Peterson. Takes it out across the 30. What a remarkable return it has been from surgery last December for Adrian Peterson.
And here this just shows you the confidence that he's gaining. You know, you get into the month of September, he wanted to be back for the start of the year, but just look how he's gotten better each month. And then look what he did last week, the first week of December against Green Bay at 210. So he is becoming more and more dangerous. You know, that running back that gets stronger by quarter, stronger by month during the course of the year.
For the season, he's averaging over 6 yards per carry. Ponder in trouble. Down he goes. Football is loose. But the whistle was blown. Ponder was ruled down before the ball came out.
You got to realize when this is a dead play, Christian Ponder has got to get 2 hands on this.
Stop. 3rd down.
It is ruled that Ponder's forward progress was stopped.
And that's not reviewable. Once forward progress is ruled, you can't rule fumbles, so the tuck rule, none of that comes into play. Once you go forward progress has been stopped, the fumble is not reviewable.
Corey Wooten now with 5.5 sacks. Viking fans may remember Wooten's sack of Brett Favre 2 seasons ago, last play of Favre's career. 3rd down and 22. Vikings keep it on the ground. And we'll punt it away. Julius Peppers coming up to bring down Adrian Peterson. Kevin Hester back deep. Bears used Eric Weems on the 2 kickoff returns. Hester without a return for a touchdown in his last 18 games. Good kick by Kluwe, taken at the 33 by Hester. And Hester returns it 13 yards out to the 46. So good field position for the Bears after a good stand by their defense as Wooten brings down Ponder.
Hey, outside.
Pay your check first.
I'll pay later.
You won't be able to.
It's 5 against 1.
It's 3 against 1. Once I take out the leader, I'll have to contend with 1 or 2 enthusiastic wingmen. Last 2 guys, I always run. Remember, you wanted this. Really?
Jack Reacher. PG-13.
You know, he should take somebody dancing. Oh my God, he dance! Have you seen his shoes? They look like flippers. Like he's insane.
Find some peace this holiday.
Get an 8-piece meal now with a dozen delicious cookies baked in store. The KFC Festive Feast, all for just $19.99.
Do it! Yes, you did! No, I didn't! Yes, you did! Yes, you did! Did not! Yes, you did!
Today tastes so good.
Vikings lead 14-0. It is week 14 as we check out the NFC playoff picture.
And you can see Chicago there with the wild card spot, but that's why this is such a meaningful game right here. At 6-6, we talked about them losing control of their destiny. They would have to win out and have some help. So it doesn't get much more important than this game today for the Minnesota Vikings, and they've come out and taken advantage of that situation, playing very, very well here at the start of the game.
And among those other 6-6 teams, Redskins lead the Ravens 14-7. Cowboys trailing Cincinnati 10-3. Buccaneers and Eagles are scoreless. Leslie Frazier, the former Chicago Bear, has never beaten the Bears. He's 0-4 as head coach of the Vikings. Lovie Smith's Bears trailing 14-0. Adrian Peterson with a pair of first quarter touchdowns. James Brown in at left guard for Edwin Williams as Cutler goes to his right. Now he fires downfield. And the pass is incomplete. Cutler was hit right after he let loose.
Yeah, right as he let go of the ball, Christian Ballard continuing to work, and this is one of the things that Mike Tice wanted to do. Play action, get out on that naked boot, and this is where they're going to take their shot down the field. Brandon Marshall working from the slot. Double moves. If you're going to have a double move, it's going to take you some time, so you extend it. But there's Harrison Smith. That's your job as safety. Nobody gets beyond you.
Marshall second in the league with 91 receptions. Michael Bush in the backfield takes the toss from Cutler on 2nd and 10 with Jamarcus Webb leading the way as Bush crosses midfield into Vikings territory. His first carry today, the former Raider gains 7.
And just would expect more production from the run game of Chicago when you talk about Matt Forte and Michael Bush as a 1-2 combination. But it's really been those guys up front. It's been a challenge for Chicago all season long with that offensive line. Some of the same issues that they faced last year, a guy here, a guy there, they got that all sorted out. I talked to Roberto Garza before the game, and he said, you know, here we are in December, and we're still having that one single breakdown that's preventing our big running plays from clicking.
3rd down and 3. The fake toss to Forte, and then Cutler throws over the middle, and it is Marshall for a Bears first down, his first reception today, and Brandon gains 12.
Nice play action on this one, Moose.
Yeah, really good ball faking right here by Jay Cutler. A lot of stuff for the defense to process. But again, Brandon Marshall, I mean, just a good feel, being able to find that soft spot in that zone.
Marshall now
sits down right there.
Marshall now split out to the left, Goose. Weems to the right. 2 tight ends. From the 36-yard line, Cutler hands it off, and Forte is bottled up, gains just 1.
Now, Moose, you talked about the run game. The thing that I'm seeing from the Chicago team over the past few weeks is in the middle of this offensive line, you don't get a lot of push. These guys don't get a lot of movement to that secondary, that second level to the linebackers, and it really restricts them from running that inside game. Most of the games that they're running or run plays is to the outside, which gives those linebackers plenty of angles. So that's the problem, I think, with their run game. They need to run more inside to get more push.
2nd down and 9. As Cutler throws, and the pass is off the mark, intended for tight end Kellen Davis. Jasper Brinkley on the coverage.
Jasper Brinkley in coverage, working against Kellen Davis, big tight end right here. He's going to kind of work up. You're going to try and get a little bit of separation right there. Now, he's got to move. He can't just post that guy up. He's not a basketball player down in the paint. You know, football is about getting separation, so your quarterback has the confidence to throw you the ball. You can go up and initiate contact, but then Kellen Davis has got to separate from the defender.
3rd down and 9, empty backfield. Here comes the pressure. Cutler throws, and it's incomplete. So now, what will the Bears do with the left calf strain suffered by Robbie Gould in pregame warm-ups? It is 4th and 9. This would be a 53-yard field goal attempt. And without Gold available, who's been one of the best in the business from 50-plus, Bears send out the punting unit.
Now, I like this decision. You know, Lovie Smith second-guessed himself a little bit last week in the game against Seattle when he went for it on 4th down instead of kicking a field goal. Kind of a similar situation right here. You're down 14. Let's get back in. Let's play field position. Let's bury this team back by executing our punt and then put our defense out there.
Flag prior to the snap.
Full start, center, offense, 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
I don't think that's a big deal. I think anything that just helps out Podlish a little bit more. Well, Robbie Gold got injured during pregame, and we actually saw him talking to the doctors on the sideline. He doesn't even know what he did right there. We could kind of read his lips as he was talking to the medical staff, and he's like, I don't even know what happened.
And we were told later on it was a left calf strain. The punt by Podlish pins Sherrills inside his 10. So a long field for the Vikings, who lead 14-0. Adrian Peterson with a pair of touchdowns today. What a 6-game stretch it has been leading up to this game.
I mean, just absolutely amazing. And these are some good defenses he's doing this against as well. Seattle, Detroit, some big guys up front. Even the Chicago Bears team, tough to break 100 there. And then last week, I mean, just unbelievable. And he was mad at himself. He had a run that he felt should have gone for 94 yards. That was only about an 8 or 9 yarder. I tell you what, you want to talk about a guy who's driven? I mean, he accepted blame last week. He goes, I could have done more. I could have done more in the running game, so we could have beaten the Green Bay Packers last week. I didn't see it. I don't know if he could have done anything.
Here's Peterson on 1st down. Cuts to the outside. And is forced out of bounds by Chris Conti after picking up 14 yards out of Minnesota first.
Moose, how about these cuts this guy is making? Adrian Peterson over and over. Take a look at this. Gets the ball, cut to the outside. Upfield, another cut to the outside. But never stops or slows down when he has the ball in his hands. Nice job, ball security, a little stiff arm right there to finish it off. I mean, he is running like a beast.
Urlacher can only watch. 89 yards on the ground for Peterson. Adds to his total right here as he is finally brought down at the 37. Peterson gains 14 more and goes over 100 in the first quarter alone.
So here's Nick Roach. He's going to come in and press here. Now Nick Roach is coming back. Adrian Peterson told us he was going to do this. I'm going to press it play side early in the game. Once I get them running, now I'm going to use my cutback. There's an example of it right there. We've seen him really press that play side. That's the first opportunity he had to cut back and make those Bear defenders pay for not being in their gap.
103 on the ground for Peterson in the first quarter. 2 touchdowns as well.
The holidays are coming up fast. Time to get a fast phone. And right now at T-Mobile, all Samsung Galaxy 4G smartphones are on sale. The Samsung Galaxy S Blaze, the Galaxy Note 2, even the Galaxy S3 for just $99.99 down. Joy to the Galaxy. All with the only unlimited data plan on a nationwide 4G network. And only at T-Mobile.
Applebee's new spirited cuisine, crafted with a touch of whiskey, wine, and beer by highly skilled chefs. Yep, this is real. Double barrel whiskey sirloins and new Napa chicken and portobellos, starting at $9.99. See you tomorrow.
You're watching Fox NFL Sunday.
That's so big.
Seriously?
Dr. Phil?
Get in. Look, what are you compensating for?
Oh, well,
actually, I don't want to know. You want to be smart and buy what's going to last.
It's not frosted.
Well, tough tinsel. Now get out there and be reasonable.
This holiday, listen to the voice of reason at Acura's Season of Reason sales event.
Visit your Chicagoland Acura dealer. Luxury, intelligently priced.
What can you experience in a seat? Inspiration. Great power. Iconic design. Exhilarating performance.
Once again has created Le Mans history.
And once in a great while, all of the above. Take your seat in the incomparable Audi A8. Take advantage of exceptional values on the Audi A8 before January 7th during the Season of Audi event.
And then it's dropped. Ruled incomplete. Jarius Wright unable to hang on after the hit from Gino Hayes.
Well, Christian Ponder gets a lot of the criticism about this Vikings passing game, but it has to be shared. You know, his receivers haven't been real helpful the last couple of games with plays like this, with these drops.
That almost looked like a fumble.
Watch 1-3! Down! 125! Watch 1-5! Okay, kill, flip! That's up!
Ponder changed the play on 2nd and 10. It's Peterson. Major Wright makes the tackle. Check in on the Redskins and Ravens with Kurt.
Well, because RG3 has played so well, people have forgotten about the rookie Alfred Morris and how well he has played this season. This is 7th rushing touchdown. He came in the league, 3rd leading rusher in the league, came into this game, and that one put him up 14-7. Kenny Moose and Goose.
Alfred Morris, 6th round pick. Redskins remain hot. They've won 3 in a row, lead 14-7. 2 road games, and then they'll finish it up with Dallas. Ponder being chased by Julius Peppers. Out of bounds at the 34, about 4 yards shy of the marker, so the Vikings send out the punting unit.
And Julius Peppers came all the way from the left side. Chasing Ponder down. He does a nice job of staying with it. I'll tell you what, nice job by Christian Ponder also of knowing that he doesn't have anything downfield. Go, tuck the ball, don't do anything bad, get out of bounds, punt the ball.
And here is Chris Cluey punting for the 2nd time. Angled toward the sideline. Hester lets it bounce. And if it's a Vikings roll, out of bounds inside the 5, it will be marked at the 3.
That's why you never let the punt hit the ground. Devin Hester, I think he had too many players over there, was concerned about getting in there and making a mistake, so he had to let it hit and roll.
This holiday season, make a resolution to hug more. Corners, that is. Hurry in to the BMW Happier New Year event and make a resolution you want to keep. Receive your holiday credit of up to $3,500 on select models now through January 2nd.
Whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong, gotta be me. Gotta be me. I've gotta be me. Gotta be me.
Who thinks 2 is better than 1? So all of you do.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
Now what's better, being able to shoot 2 lasers out of both your eyes at the same time, or just 1 laser out of 1 eye?
2.
Okay, why?
It's just fun. 1 beam, okay, it does a little bit of damage.
Right.
2 beams, it'll make something explode.
And that's more fun? And,
Yeah.
And it's more powerful, you're saying?
Yeah.
It's not complicated. Doing 2 things at once is better. And only AT&T's network lets you talk and surf on your iPhone 5.
Today's game is sponsored by BMW. We only make one thing, the ultimate driving machine. By Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind. And by K Jewelers. Every kiss begins with K.
Great start for the Vikings, still in playoff contention. Bears tied for the division lead with the Packers, turned it over on their first drive and then followed it up with a pair of punts.
Yeah, we've challenged this offense. It's their turn to kind of carry the burden for the Chicago Bears team off to a slow start with those first 3 possessions.
And they start from their own 3-yard line following the punt and roll at Forte. Takes it out to the 5.
We just don't see the explosive runs that we saw from Matt Forte last season. And it's got to be an element for this offense, you know, for forever. I mean, you think of the Bears and you think of great defense, great special teams, and a tough running game. And that running game hasn't been there this season on a consistent basis.
Bears with only 3 first downs today. Cutler just 4 of 11 in the air. On 2nd and 8, Cutler going deep for Marshall. And Brandon Marshall goes up and makes a spectacular catch at the 45-yard line.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to trust a guy, and Brandon Marshall has earned the trust of Jay Cutler. Watch the coverage. A.J. Jefferson and Harrison Smith. It's double teamed in a jump ball situation, and Brandon Marshall wins.
Does a nice job of getting his head around and identifying that it's a short ball, stopping his body, coming back, and making the catch.
Yeah, Harrison Smith did the opposite, Tony. He did not get his head around and track that ball coming in.
A 39-yard completion from Cutler to Marshall. Number 44, the delay to Forte. He's into Vikings territory and picks up a Bears first down.
Isn't it funny, Tony, how when that first person makes that play, we just watched what the Bears have done in those first 3 possessions. You get the big shot down the field to Brandon Marshall, and all of a sudden, everything starts to work. Yeah, it's unbelievable when that first person steps up and makes that play.
Big plays are contagious.
39-yard completion to Marshall, and then Forte gains 15, his longest run of the game. From the Minnesota 41 on first down. Cutler steps up and throws it complete. It was short, intended for Hester.
Nice pressure by the Minnesota Vikings. 4-man rush right here. And Jay Cutler does a great job of going, seeing an opening, stepping up, getting away from all the pressure and looking downfield. I don't know if it was on the same wavelength as Devin Hester right there, but he had time to go and get it downfield.
Second and 10 from the Vikings 41. Cutler moving right, directing traffic, throws. It's Marshall again for a Bears first down, and Marshall is able to take it all the way inside the 20 to the Vikings' 18-yard line. So a nice catch and a terrific second effort as Marshall gains 23, and there is a flag at the end of the play.
Number 73, offense, 10-yard penalty, still second down.
It's on the left tackle, Jamarcus Webb.
Yeah, Jared Allen just came through the line of scrimmage on the pressure and just got mugged. He was by him, and all of a sudden he just stopped. Take a look. Here's Jared Allen right here. Now he's by him right here. You got to let him go. And he just gets pulled right there. Didn't think he was going to get the flag. He's already by him. See that arm that comes across right there? You can't do that. That's holding.
So the 23-yard completion is wiped out. It's now second down and 20. And Cutler uses the Bears' second timeout. Vikings lead by 2 touchdowns.
Well, it's that time of year again. You know, picture-taking season. And with PhotoStream, you can share all the photos you want with just the people you want. It's as easy as pie. Pie.
When Miller time is on the line, friends don't choose sides. They root for the victory that they all get to share in together. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Be precise.
Be powerful. Eli Manning and his Citizen Echo Drive, fueled by light, any light. A watch that never needs a battery. Citizen, be unstoppable.
On December 25th, the kids are home, but they're not alone.
Our grandparents are totally clueless.
This Christmas,
Do you know what time it is? Hey! Get your taser ready.
the kids are in charge.
We gotta get to school.
$20. Thank you.
And the holidays
What's wrong with your face?
will never be the same.
Did you get my e-bike?
Yep.
What's up, home slice?
We are so past here.
I thought I was doing okay.
Not today, sir.
Parental guidance, rated PG. Christmas Day.
It's Family Guy and it's getting rowdy.
Whoa, yeah!
All new tonight on Punks.
Back in Minneapolis, Kenny Albert, Darryl Johnston, Tony Siragusa. Bears trail 14-0. 4 yards on this drive for Chicago than their first 3 possessions. Second down and 20 following the timeout. As Cutler is wrapped up, down he goes. Everson Griffin with his 5th sack of the season.
Now, one of the guys that Jared Allen talks to us about all the time, how athletic he is, doesn't really know how good he can be, and he'll wander around, he'll be up and down in a 2-point stance, kind of work through the formation. There he comes in a 3-point working against Roberto Garza, but he is a good pass rusher.
Does a nice job with the dance, too. Got a little rhythm to him.
First sack for the Vikings today, now 3rd down and 24 as Cutler hits the tight end Davis. Tackled at the 45-yard line. So the Bears forced to punt, hurt by the holding penalty on Marcus Webb.
That was a huge holding penalty. It's one of those ones, you know, people look at it, well, that was a 10-yard penalty. Yeah, but it negated a 23-yard gain. You were down inside the 20-yard line.
So instead, Podlish out to punt for the 3rd consecutive series. Marcus Sherrill's back deep for the Vikings. Their catch called for by Sherrill's at the 13. Frustrating start for Jay Cutler and the Chicago Bears offense.
Unlimited phone, unlimited data, unlimited gifts of joy. Buy one Samsung Galaxy phone, get the same model free. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/holiday today.
This holiday season, make a resolution to consume less. A whole lot less. Hurry in to the BMW Happier New Year event and make a resolution you want to keep. Receive your holiday credit of up to $3,500 on select models and take advantage of no-cost maintenance on all new BMWs.
Best offer of the year is ending soon. Call now so you don't miss out. Get Xfinity TV for $10 a month for 12 months. Enjoy local programming and the top network channels. Don't wait. This offer ends December 21st. Call 1-800-XFINITY today and get Xfinity TV starting at $10 a month for 12 months. Or ask about our other TV packages and get access to Xfinity On Demand, HD, and HBO and Showtime. Make tomorrow awesome and switch today. Don't wait. This offer ends December 21st. Call 1-800-XFINITY now.
So what did an Army cop do? What you do, with one minor difference. Every suspect was a trained killer.
Rolling Stone raves Jack Reacher is a dazzling ride.
My hand! Or you shouldn't play with guns.
Jack Reacher, PG-13.
Today's game is sponsored by Sprint.
Business as usual for the Minnesota Vikings offense right there. You don't see that very often in the NFL. What a dominant rushing game they have here.
Well, now that defense of the Chicago Bears is thinking, all right, you're going to stop Adrian Peterson. Now there's going to be opportunities for Ponder and his receiving crew to make some plays downfield.
They start from the 13. It's Peterson. Well, for Adrian Peterson, today, his 7th consecutive 100-yard game on the ground. Coming into play today, Peterson with 947 rushing yards over the last 6. That's more yards than Ponder has during that stretch in the air.
Yeah, you can see the struggles in the passing game with Christian Ponder's yardage total there at 871, and their leading receiver, Kyle Rudolph, just about 30 yards a game, 31 yards a game.
Vikings went 2 and 4 over that 6-game stretch. Lead today 14-0. On 2nd and 5, Ponder throws to the outside, and it's Wright. Darius Wright, rookie out of Arkansas, picks up 13 yards on a Vikings first down.
There's the play action we talked about, Darryl. You know, that whole defense was biting on that run play, thinking that Adrian Peterson was getting the ball and opens it up on the outside.
New set of downs for the Vikings from the 31-yard line. It's Peterson. Peterson gains 5 out to the 36. Now has 117 yards on the ground today.
But we hear people talk about the 8-man front and how that's supposed to stop the running game. When you have a running back like Adrian Peterson and a group that's functioning as well as Minnesota's offensive line and tight ends and fullback are in the running game, it doesn't matter. We've seen it. Tony talked about it. They've run it into a 9-man front, and they're having success. So they're going to stay with this and continue to pound Chicago's front with this run game.
125. We're good. 720.
Second and 5, Peterson again. Out to the 39, setting up 3rd down and 2.
One thing I see is decisiveness today, Tony, whether it's Christian Ponder in the pocket throwing the ball, and then again, Adrian Peterson. I mean, they are making decisions and just going with it.
Yeah, you know, there's nothing more frustrating for a defense in the front 7 and the secondary. If you establish the run, then all of a sudden, you know, you got to stop the run. You're thinking you got to stop the run. Then all of a sudden, here comes the play action. You got to stop the pass. You're guessing out there, and that's one thing you don't want to do as a defense is guess.
We saw the left guard, Charlie Johnson, hobbling, tried to come off the field, but was forced to stay out for this 3rd down play as Ponder lays it up beautifully for Wright, who has another Minnesota Vikings first down. Takes it to the Bears 45, a gain of 16.
This is a nice play design by offensive coordinator Bill Musgrave with Jarius Wright. You take your wide receiver, you motion him into the backfield. Here he is. Well, that's going to be a back coming out of the backfield. Guess who has him? Lance Briggs. You know, that's a nice little matchup that you've created just from formation and a little bit of motion into the backfield.
Second catch for Wright today. Season high 7 receptions in the game in Chicago 2 weeks ago, as Ponder was nearly taken down by Briggs right after the snap. He fires downfield, and it's broken up. Pass was intended for the ex-Bear, Devin Aromashadu.
Nice job by Christian Ponder in the pocket, very composed here. Lance Briggs, 55, watch him hit it. He's coming clean. He's got a shot on Christian. He steps away, resets his feet, throws his ball down the field. Devin Aromashadu, you've got to make a play on the ball. I mean, I know Charles Tillman's there battling with you, but we've seen Brandon Marshall go up. You're going down.
Absolutely.
At the point of the catch.
Absolutely.
Charles Tillman shake it up.
125.
Major Wright off the field as well. As the play is blown dead, penalty markers prior to the snap.
False start, 71. Offense, 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
Right tackle Phil Lodeholm.
We saw Charles Tillman on the sideline. It looked like it was right at the tail end of the play. There's 33, Charles Tillman. We'll see how he lands. He collides with Devin Aromashadu.
Yeah, he could have. Craig Stelz, guys. Craig Stelz is in for Major Wright at strong safety. He was hurt on the previous play. Peterson to the 47.
You know, we talk about Adrian Peterson, Darryl, but, you know, standing here in the end zone and watching the plays develop, his offensive line is doing a tremendous job of staying on those guys up front, getting to the second level, pushing, and Adrian and those guys are working hand in hand with Adrian setting up the blocks and his offensive lineman just riding them, and he's making great cuts.
Both Tillman and Wright have returned. For the Bears on defense, 3rd down and 12. Vikings must get to the 35. Ponder hit as he throws. There is a flag as the catch was made by Toby Gerhardt.
Holding, number 75, offense. That penalty declined. 4th down.
On the left tackle, Matt Khalil. Penalty declined. Vikings will punt.
He's going to be on the far side. Your tackle working against Julius Peppers.
Yeah, it looks like he grabbed his helmet there at the end of the play. Can't do that. Luckily, he didn't get called for a face mask.
Hester back deep. He has 4 career return touchdowns against the Vikings. Low snap, Cluey gets the kick away. Taken at the 15 by Hester. And Hester with a 17-yard return. Out to the 32. Marvin Mitchell, the tackle. All Adrian Peterson. 2 touchdowns for Peterson, 14-0 Vikings.
This holiday season, make a resolution to get out more. Much, much more. Hurry in to the BMW Happier New Year event and make a resolution you want to keep. Receive your holiday credit of up to $3,500 on select models and take advantage of no-cost maintenance on all new BMWs.
Be precise. Be powerful. Eli Manning and his Citizen Echo Drive, fueled by light, any light. A watch that never needs a battery. Citizen, be unstoppable.
Ho, ho, ho!
Look, honey, it's Santa.
I have the perfect gift for you. Oh, Santa.
Save 25% on Citizen watches at Kay, the #1 jewelry store in America.
These are for me, right?
Every kiss begins with K.
Google, how much does the Earth weigh?
Earth has a mass of 5.9.
Ask me anything you like, I'll reveal everything. I will treasure the truth. You could know anything. Sleep, Anita. You'll believe.
You asked me to find the 14th member of this company, and I have chosen Mr. Beckins.
Me? No. We're fighters, all of us. I'm up for it. Sit down.
The Hobbit, An Unexpected Journey. Rated PG-13, December 14.
Adrian Peterson with both Viking touchdowns. He scored on the opening drive of this game. Then the Bears turned it over on their opening possession for the 5th time this season. That leads the league. A Josh Robinson pick set up the 2nd Peterson score. Bears start from their own 31. It's 4-10. Gage 2. Jasper Brinkley brought him down.
And they've got to be able to take advantage of this. Tony talked about, that push up inside and, maybe needing to get out on the edge. Take advantage of these big tight ends. They're not having the production in the passing game, but in the run game, Kellen Davids, Matt Spaeth, these are some big guys. Take advantage of these guys on the edge in the running game.
Second down and 8. Butler's pass is caught. Hester does a 360. And then extends for a Bears first down. Tried to go left and right, spun himself around and picks up a first.
Yeah, having a little fun with Antoine Winfield right there. Looks like he got dizzy. He had to get his bearings straight at the end of this thing, Kenny. Makes the catch, and then on the spin right here, he's like, whoa, hey.
Little twist.
Third catch for Hester. Leads the Bears today. in receptions. From the 42 on first down. Penalty flags. As Cutler fires, it's off the hands of Jeffrey.
Offside, 96 defense. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
That's Brian Robinson.
Yeah, they got to get that corrected because that was Aaron Rodgers just crushed them last week with cadence, and you got to learn. And he's pointing at the tight end, flinched. But you don't have to go into the neutral zone to try and convince the referee that the tight end flinched. Just stand up and point at him. So in case he didn't or he doesn't believe you, you're not going to get the flag.
First and 5 following the penalty off the fake to Forte. Cutler with time. Now he throws, and the catch is made by Marshall for a Bears first down at the Vikings 42. A 12-yard completion.
When you want to hold the ball a little bit longer, you need to move the pocket, and they do a good job. Devin Hester right there, number 23. He was your short guy. They picked him off coming across. So now Jay Cutler's got to adjust. He's on the outside. Now Brandon Marshall's got to ad-lib it a little bit, and they're able to get a completion right here. But, you need to compliment Brandon Marshall and Adrian Peterson both right now, because they're two guys that each defense knew they had to stop. And right now, neither defense can stop the biggest playmaker on the other team's offense.
From the Vikings 42. Cutler steps up. Kelsey throws. Ball is loose. And it is recovered by Jonathan Scott, the Bears' right tackle.
That's a heads-up play by Jonathan Scott. That ball's on the ground. Get on it.
Watch Big 79. He's got to do it. It's his guy that gets the fumble caused.
Everyone's just standing around. They don't. That's a fumble.
And was not yet moving forward. And then a heads-up play by Scott, starting his third straight game at right tackle. With the recovery. There's gain yardage on the play. Now 2nd and 2, inside handoff to Forte. Not much.
Kevin Williams, man, he was in the backfield, I think, before the ball was handed off.
And we're
nice jump on the ball.
And we're right in that tough spot again with Robbie Gould having that strained left calf. You're on the cusp of whether you can go for the field goal or are you going to go for fourth down. It's the Bears got to convert here because you're going to force a real difficult decision if you don't get this first down.
Bears do not have to run a play as we approach the 2-minute warning. We saw Gould on the sidelines. Buddy Smith passed up a 53-yard attempt earlier. Cutler on 3rd down and 3. He throws, and it's Marshall again.
Triple coverage this time, Darryl.
Great hands. Marshall makes his 4th catch of this first half for a gain of 12. So a new set of downs for the Bears. 2-minute warning in Minneapolis.
Today's game is sponsored by Visa. Make your season epic with Visa NFL fan offers.
What's better than epic offers from Visa? Like 20% off EA Sports Madden NFL 13?
You should never go 4th and 14. You can't do that.
Getting a chance to hang out with Madden in his game room.
Look out! You hear the pop?
And barbecue with Madden. Watch football with Madden. Learn from Madden.
Was that good, Coach?
And get coached by the ultimate coach, Madden.
Does all this make sense to you?
Yep. Pretty epic. Join Visa NFL fan offers and make your season epic.
Rated E for everyone. We got this.
This hero stuff is easy.
Keep the party moving. Dial it. Bud Light together again with Pitbull. Here we go.
Mommy, what is neutering?
Big man coming through.
Receive your holiday credit of up to $3,500 on select models now through January 2nd.
We got this.
This hero stuff is easy.
And now, this performance moment brought to you by Bridgestone. Trailing Detroit in the final minute last week, Andrew Luck's critical completion to Reggie Wayne kept the Colts' drive alive at just the right moment. Luck later threw to Donnie Avery for the game-winning touchdown as time ran out, capping off a dramatic comeback performance. Bridgestone salutes all those who perform their best when they're needed most. And now you can win 2 tickets to Super Bowl 47 at BridgestonePerformance.com.
Chicago Bears on the move. This is their deepest penetration into Vikings territory today. 1st and 10 from the Minnesota 23. Bears have 1 timeout remaining. 4 receivers set with the tight end Davis split wide to the left. Cutler from the shotgun on 1st down. Cutler throws to the end zone, touchdown! Alshon Jeffrey.
You talked about the 4 wide receiver set, Kenny. You had trips to the left. You had Alshon Jeffrey to the right, all by himself. There he is at the top of the screen, working against Josh Robinson. The way he played that, I think he expected Harrison Smith to be there a lot sooner. Not real aggressive on that release.
Yeah, he tried to stun him on the line of scrimmage, never got his hands on him.
For a touchdown for Jeffrey, who had missed 6 of the last 7 games. Here's Gold. First time we've seen Robbie today. The left calf strain suffered a warm-ups. He is straight through on the extra point. So the Bears pull to within a touchdown as we check in with Kurt Menefee. Kurt, what's coming up on the Visa Halftime Report?
Coming up on the Visa Halftime, all the scores and highlights from around the league. Plus, can RG3 come up with a W in the Battle of the Beltway? And was it a big return for Big Ben against the Chargers? We'll find that out and a whole lot more as these guys will join us on the Visa Halftime.
Thanks very much, Kurt. Ravens leading that Battle of the Beltway, 21-14 at the 2-minute warning. Bears drive 7 plays, 69 yards. Cutler perfect on the drive. Did a big assist for the right tackle Jonathan Scott for his hustle on that fumble recovery after the hit on Cutler.
Absolutely, absolutely. One of those plays that's going to get forgotten during the course of this game, but great hustle by Jonathan Scott to keep that drive alive. You can see what Alshon Jeffrey brings to that outside receiver position. You get him opposite Brandon Marshall. Now you've got Devin Hester working that slot area and all the things that they can do with his athletic ability. That's a nice group of 3 receivers.
Podlesh kicks it off. Taken on the run by Jefferson. Jefferson bounces to the outside. Ball comes loose.
That ball was on the ground for a long time.
And it is recovered by Christian Ballard of the Vikings. And Ballard takes it all the way up to the 39-yard line.
Might have a new fullback on the roster there, Darryl.
that was a heads-up
nice
play.
job.
Yeah, you know what, he did it the right way. He goes down to the ground, recovers the football, and then nobody touches him, so he pops up. But watch how long this ball was out. Zach Bowman on the hit right there, knocks it out. Nobody realizes this ball is on the ground. It is down for a long time.
Just sitting there.
But look at that. There he comes, slides in. I've got it recovered. Now nobody's going to touch me. I'm up on my feet. I'm out of here.
He's carrying that ball like a loaf of bread right there, though. You got to love it when the big guys go and get a chance like that to go and run the ball.
Ballard, a backup defensive lineman, 2nd season out of Iowa.
Inside of 2 minutes, only the fumbling player can advance the ball. We will go back and spot the ball at the spot of the recovery, or spot at the fumble. It's behind the spot where the recovery was made.
That's not fair. If you're over 250 pounds, they should give you the run. They got to change that rule.
They would do a little addendum. Inside 2 minutes, if you weigh over 250 pounds, you are allowed to advance the ball if you weren't the initial ball carrier.
Exactly. Poor guys on the sideline getting oxygen, and it didn't even count. What a shame.
But again, as was the case with Jonathan Scott, a very important recovery by Ballard.
Well, you talk about a team that's really controlled this entire first half, the Minnesota Vikings, 14-0, that early part of the game, but now it's kind of settled into what kind of game it's going to be. Chicago gets that touchdown. If Chicago gets that recovery and they go in and we got 14-14 at half, that's a completely different story. So Christian Ballard didn't get the yardage, but a great recovery.
And now Adrian Peterson takes it out to the 26, 3 yards for Peterson, adding to his first half numbers, now with 125 yards on the ground. Started things off with a 51-yard run on the first play from scrimmage. Scored 2 first-quarter touchdowns against a Bears team that had allowed only 28 points in the first quarter all season. Ponder able to get rid of it. It's Peterson. Charles Tillman goes for the strip, but unfortunately for Charles, Peterson was already out of bounds.
They're really getting and collapsing this pocket down. Julius Peppers coming from the top. That's the last couple of plays against Matt Khalil that he's gotten him just on pure speed. And again, nobody better in the business than getting that ball out.
Then a fumble forward and out of bounds.
Whoa, whoa. Tillman with 8 forced fumbles this season, which leads the league. So now 3rd down and 5, under a minute to go. First half. Kobe Gerhardt up the middle on 3rd and 5. Gerhardt looks to have a Vikings first down. Well, on January 4th, one of the best bowl games of the year is on Fox as Heisman Trophy winner Johnny Manziel leads 9th-ranked Texas A&M against the 11th-ranked Oklahoma Sooners. The AT&T Cotton Bowl Classic, January 4th, only on Fox. Congratulations to Johnny Football, the first freshman to ever win the Heisman, although Adrian Peterson came close as a freshman back in 2004, lost out to Matt Leinart.
He did. That's quite an accomplishment by Johnny Manziel. A lot of great football players coming through that didn't win that their freshman year.
New set of downs for the Vikings. 42 seconds remaining, and now penalty markers prior to the snap.
Neutral zone infraction, number 90, defense. 5-yard penalty, still first down.
Julius Peppers is at the top, number 90. He gets a little flinch, and then Matt Khalil comes up. I think Christian thought it was against his guys.
On 1st and 5, Ponder fires downfield, and it is picked off by Major Wright.
That is the throw that Christian Ponder has got to get out of his repertoire. And he talked about it last week when he was rolling to the right and he threw back across in the middle of the field. And again, this is on first down. And there's Chris Conti down. But here you go, watch. Middle of the field, a floater. And off his back foot on top. I mean, I don't know, your feet aren't set. You're just kind of lobbing it into the middle of the field. I mean, look at all the Bear defenders.
Why not just run out the clock at that point? Under 40 seconds remaining. Bears with only 1 timeout.
You can see why Chris Conti's still down, Kenny. That's a big collision right there at the point of the catch with Major Wright.
And remember, Wright left the game earlier. Conti suffered a concussion earlier this season.
But that's first down. There's no need for that throw. And Christian talked about it last week and took ownership of the bad decisions last week. And that's another one right there. That's a first down throw into the middle of the field. A lot of things that a quarterback knows he shouldn't do in that situation.
Well, now the Bears with 32 seconds remaining, only 1 timeout. Butler sets up the screen to Forte on first down. And Matt able to gain 8 out to the 28-yard line. Remember, the Bears will get the ball to start the second half as well. A late touchdown here in the second quarter. Cutler to Jeffrey.
And I'm sure this situation right here is being influenced by the injury to Robbie Gould, Kenny, because, you know, there's really not a sense of urgency right there in this 2-minute situation, because, you know, what are you going to do with your field goal kicker who probably is not going to be effective except for short distances?
Brandon Marshall makes the catch as the first half comes to an end. Some momentum late in the second quarter for the Bears, who fell behind after one thanks to the pair of Peterson touchdowns, 14-0. But Chicago comes back with a late score in the second quarter, and then they force a turnover. Major Wright with the interception, his 4th of the season, and the Bears will get the ball first to start the third quarter. So the Vikings lead by a touchdown. The Visa halftime report is coming up right after these messages.
Heisman winner Johnny Manziel looks to cap off an historic season. But Landry Jones is ready to finish his college career with another bowl victory. Number 9, Texas A&M. Number 11, Oklahoma.
Wow! What a play!
The AT&T Cotton Bowl, January 4th, only on Fox.
Dear Honda, thanks for getting my son Steven a deal at your holiday sales event. The Bluetooth in the Pilot is so convenient.
Hey, Mom.
Hi, honey.
How's the rash?
And the rear view camera is so helpful.
Tristan!
Love, Nancy. P.S. He's single.
More happiness and standard features with every Honda during Happy Honda Days. Get a great deal on the 2013 Pilot at your Honda dealer.
Right now, Ford has the freshest lineup in America, so we're at the mall. Celebrating F-150, best-in-class towing, payload, hauling, and all other capabilities. It's 4 thumbs up. EcoBoost engine, it's so important we actually write it. So 22 miles on the highway. Statistically, it embarrasses the competition. That's what I heard. I don't know how you like to celebrate. I like to come here and listen to myself talk.
Get an F-150 with no interest for 5 years or $5,000 cash savings plus $1,000 bonus cash and $1,000 extra for your trade.
Yeah, a Chevy and a Toyota guy sitting in a Ford.
I know.
Who would have thought?
Wow, you guys have it easy. I wish I had U-verse when I was your age. In my day, we didn't have these fancy wireless receivers. If I had a sleepover, I couldn't just move the TV into the playroom. No, we had to watch movies in the den because that's where the TV outlet was. And if Dad was snoring on the couch, we muscled through it. For real? Your generation has it made.
The wireless receiver, only from AT&T U-verse. Get U-verse TV for $29 a month for 6 months. Rethink possible.
Wow. Expecting a little more? Then come celebrate the Hyundai Holiday Sales Event with the stylish Elantra. Or get $1,500 holiday bonus cash on every new Sonata with no payments until March 2013.
Wow. And now, during Hyundai Holidays, lease a 2013 Elantra for just $179 a month. Visit myhyundaichicago.com.
Bob Surratt and Robin Robinson, weeknights on Fox 32 News at 9.
Welcome to the Visa Halftime Report. More fans go with Visa.
And welcome to the Visa Halftime. Kurt Menefee along with Terry, Howie, Michael, and Jimmy. Let's roll through the highlights thus far. And an emotional day for the Cowboys following that tragic weekend as they visit the Cincinnati Bengals.
Under. That's just a shuffle pass. That's a touchdown pass. Excellent job by Hawkins, Andrew Hawkins, getting to the outside, 8-yard touchdown. Bengals up 7-3 over the Cowboys. Now rolling right. Beautiful move on the ball by Brandon Carr. He'll take this interception back 37 yards to the Bengal 27-yard line. Good piece of running after the interception by the young cornerback from the Cowboys. Out of the eye, DeMarco Murray takes it in from 1 yard out. Considering what the Cowboys have been through, putting up a great effort here in the first half, 13-10, though Bengals on top. Atlanta at Carolina, Cam Newton having a huge second half of the season. Newton back. 2 touchdowns in this first half. I think that one to Greg Olsen, a 25-yard touch. Good job by the tight end Olsen getting up high. It's all Panthers, 16-0 over the visiting Atlanta Falcons. Eagles at the Buccaneers. Young boy dancing There you go. That's when Jimmy. That's a little highlight from Jimmy with little Jimmy dance. We like that. Second quarter, Nick Foles. Wow, Jason Avant for 20 yards. What a job. Down to the 20-yard line, and that led to a field goal, 3-0. Now, Foles on the outside. Turn it on, young man. Sprint on in there. Golly, he's slow. 10-yard touchdown run, Philadelphia.
I was thinking that myself. Like, man. Woo, nobody caught him, though. Hey, Buffalo right now leads St. Louis 6-0. They're ready to start the second half.
Nothing slow about this guy, Robert Griffin III. Can he out? Can he run? Can he throw? Setting up. White flare to the right, looking down in the end zone. Decides he moved to the right. Good job by finding Joshua Morgan on a crossing route, 4-yard touchdown, 7-0. Then Flacco back to Anquan Boland. Beautiful route, perfectly thrown ball. A bad coverage by the Redskins. 2 touchdowns in the first half by Boken, 14 all. And then Pitta on a 14-yard touchdown. It's 21-14 in a good ball game, Ravens and the Washington Redskins.
San Diego at its point.
Ben Roethlisberger, welcome back, Ben. Missed you. Watching Chargers on the road. Everybody talking about losing their jobs. Well, Rivers to Denario Alexander. 39-yard touchdown strike, wide open. 13-0. Chargers, are you kidding me? Am I reading that right?
You read it right.
They haven't even scored. Now let's go Titans at the Colts. It's locked to Reggie Wayne, 4-yard touchdown. 7-all Tennessee Titans. And the Indianapolis Colts luck under pressure, and then shouldn't have done that, but that's okay. Thought he was going to run, then thought he saw something. Well, he didn't see Will Witherspoon. 40-yard interception return, 20-7 now. Halftime score, Titans over the Colts.
Jets and Jags, just what you'd expect. 3-0 as they start the second half. Kansas City and Cleveland.
Jamal Charles warming up. Travis Benjamin. Check it out, Michael Strahan. I know you got that daytime show. You ever get a chance to work out? Can you go this far? Are you this elusive? What a good job by Travis Benjamin, setting up motion, missing Pat. Boy, that's a good job of returning. You go that far, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, buddy. Browns 10-7 on top of the Chiefs.
Let's talk about the Bears and Vikings, Mr. Strahan.
If I'm on the Vikings, there are 2 things I do. 1, cover Brandon Marshall because they're throwing the ball to him every time. And 2, feed Adrian Peterson. I mean, every week we say it, coming back off the knee injury, how's he going to be? He's incredible. Just feed Adrian Peterson the ball. It keeps the Chicago Bears offense off the field. They're doing a good job of pressuring Jay Cutler as well.
Michael, the only thing is, you talked about Adrian Peterson. He had knee surgery this offseason, and I'm sorry to say he's going to have back surgery here pretty soon because he's carrying this football team. Really, they've got 6 completions. The only way they can move the ball is to hand it to Peterson, but he is great.
It's one dimension. I know it, you know it, the stadium knows it, the Vikings, the Bears know it. And I was reminded last night of how great Bo was. And it's been a long time since I've seen anyone even close to that. This guy is as close to Bo as I've seen.
Ponder needs to get married? Is that what you're saying? Settle himself down? He's got 6 completions. Right. 50-yard.
Hey, completion from Cam Newton to Greg Olsen. Our Visa play of the first half. Second half from the Metrodome after this.
Join Visa NFL fan offers for a chance to win epic experiences like hanging out with Madden and to get great NFL offers. Make your season epic. You're watching Fox NFL Sunday.
Nice.
Get in.
Santa?
What the ho-ho heck were you thinking? Imagine if I bought a mechanical U for my lawn. It's creepy, right?
Yeah, that'd be creepy. It'd be real creepy.
Try buying something that'll bring you years of happiness. All right, you're back on my nice list.
This holiday, listen to the voice of reason at Acura's Season of Reason sales event.
Visit your Chicagoland Acura dealer. Luxury, intelligently priced.
Just when you thought we couldn't sink any lower, animation domination.
Len, get a hold of yourself.
Rises to the occasion.
How you girls doing on popcorn?
With some space kissing, belly thumping, horsing around.
For God's sake, I have a shoe appointment in the morning and I want to be fresh.
So dive in for all new episodes. We've got everything you need.
I want kitty whiskers.
You got it.
All new tonight, starting at 8/7 Central on Fox.
Hey, Cam, thanks a lot for coming to my school today.
No problem, Nate.
I promise to exercise and eat right.
Don't forget 60 minutes of play a day, right?
And I'll grow up to be big and strong like you.
Absolutely.
And play in the NFL.
Yes, sir.
And be drafted #1.
Maybe.
Become the starting quarterback of the Panthers.
Okay.
You can be my backup.
Excuse me?
And make Panthers fans forget about you.
What?
And become your mom's favorite player?
Whoa.
I'm just loosening my arm.
Two Adrian Peterson touchdowns in the first quarter. Vikings lead the Bears 14-7 at the half. Coming up, it will be the second half of our Fox NFL Sunday doubleheader. America's Game of the Week. The defending Super Bowl champion Giants take on Drew Brees and the New Orleans Saints. Some of you will see the Cardinals and the Seahawks. Second half for Minneapolis is next.
Heisman winner Johnny Manziel leads number 9 Texas A&M against number 11 Oklahoma. The AT&T Cotton Bowl, January 4th on Fox.
Stuff your stocking with savings during the Menards Christmas sale. Get jobs done fast with Masterforce. This 220-piece tool set includes quarter, 3/8, and half-inch drive ratchets and sockets, combination wrenches, and more. $149 after rebate. Finish big projects with Sanborn. This 60-gallon tank air compressor has a 3.7 running horsepower motor and oil-lubricated cast iron pump. Just $399.
Warm season's greetings to you all from Menards.
December is Customer Appreciation Month at Subway restaurants. Saying thanks is a great deal because we're offering $2 6-inch subs, the cold cut combo or meatball marinara, $2 each all December long. Appreciation tastes amazing. Hurry in for your $2 subs. Subway, eat fresh.
Two similar products made by two similar companies. At MB Financial Bank, we can tell the difference. Because we take the time to understand your business. Be treated better. MB Financial Bank. MB means business.
Our best offer of the year is ending soon. Call now so you don't miss out. Get Xfinity TV for $10 a month for 12 months. Enjoy local programming and the top network channels. Don't wait. This offer ends December 21st. Call 1-800-XFINITY today and get Xfinity TV starting at $10 a month for 12 months. Or ask about our other TV packages and get access to Xfinity On Demand, HD, and HBO and Showtime. Make tomorrow awesome and switch today. Don't wait. This offer ends December 21st. Call 1-800-XFINITY now.
The North Face exists to innovate for athletes.
I went from competitive mode to survivor mode.
We worked with Cami to create running gear with flash dry technology that helps prevent hypothermia. The North Face keeps you protected in the world's harshest conditions. Get athlete-driven innovation at thenorthface.com.
Corey McFerrin and Anna Duplantis, weekday mornings on Good Day Chicago starting at 4:30.
NFL Network presents Thursday Night Football. The Bengals look to climb into the postseason.
Play with your heart, okay?
Andy Dalton and A.J. Green are out to spark a playoff run.
Yes, sir!
But a young Eagles squad is poised for the upset. Bengals, Eagles.
Let's go!
Thursday Night Football, live on NFL Network. You want the NFL? Go to the NFL.
We are back in Minneapolis. Vikings lead the Bears 14-7. Bears will receive the kickoff. Follow your favorite team all season long. Go to iTunes.com/NFL.
It's kind of a scary picture of Adrian Peterson coming through that tunnel. Now you know what Chris Conte and Major Wright have to deal with all day.
Well, that's his nickname all day. And he's gained 125 of the Vikings' 174 yards in the first half.
I mean, they're one-dimensional. We showed you some graphics during the course of that first half. You know, he's been all their offense pretty much over the last 6 weeks.
Kickoff taken at the 2 by Eric Weems. And Weems is down shy of the 15-yard line. Well, we've been talking about him for the last hour and a half. Adrian Peterson, tremendous start. 2 touchdowns in the first quarter. And for the Bears, you said they need their offense to lead the way today, and they scored a big touchdown at the end of that second quarter.
Yeah, one of the reasons that Adrian Peterson is having success with Brian Urlacher out of there, continue to take advantage of, they're going to come out and run the ball. But really the big question I have is, can this Bears offense kind of take over this game right now? It was a bad start for Chicago. They fought back into this game late in that first half. What do they do here with this opening possession? Because I really think it's time for them to step up and carry this team when their defense is missing some of its key guys.
They're start from the 14-yard line. Cutler hands it off to Forte. Jasper Brinkley wraps him up. Gain of 6. Out to the 20, Goose.
Talked to Leslie Frazier coming out actually, and asked him about the second half. Minnesota came out early, scored a couple touchdowns, but then a big lull there in the second quarter. Asked him what his plans were offensively for the second half, and he said, Goose, we're going to run the ball, and then when we think we ran the ball enough, we're going to keep running the ball. So, and also he said if we get an opportunity to play action, but we're going to stick with the run, and obviously I think that's a good choice, Terrell.
Play action on 2nd and 3 as Cutler throws, and a good defensive play is made by Winfield as he got the handout in front of Marshall.
It looks like it's going to boil down to which defense can finally slow down and stop the biggest threat on the opposition's offense. And Antoine Winfield right here, a nice play on the ball in coverage against Brandon Marshall.
Marshall 5 catches, 94 yards in the first half. 3rd down and 3. Hester in motion. 2 receivers to the right. Cutler on 3rd down hits Forte, and he picks up a first down. Out to the 27-yard line. So a new set of downs for Chicago on their opening drive here in the second half.
I like this play design. You had the trips to the right side on the offense, and then you motion Devin Hester across and balance that formation. You get the defense looking at all these different spots, and then you just slip Matt Forte out into the flat. He's wide open. They dropped him in coverage.
Now Davis motions to the left. From the 27 on 1st down, it's Forte. Stays on his feet, he spins, and has another Bears first down. Nice run by Forte as he picks up 10.
Looking here from the end zone, look at the splits. You can see right here how tight it is and how big it is right here. They're trying to get them defensive linemen to move a little bit, okay, and open up the gaps a little bit for Matt Forte. He decides to bounce it to the outside, but if you're a defensive lineman or a linebacker and you see those kinds of splits, you got to challenge that. There's no way an offensive lineman can go and cover up a split that's that big.
Cutler on 1st down for a wide open Marshall. He makes himself look wide open, even with a couple of defenders in the vicinity. Marshall picks up 16 into Vikings territory.
I don't think that Antoine Winfield can believe that Jay Cutler got this ball over the top of him. He has him right there in coverage. Now as he's drifting back, I mean, look at the touch right there. I mean, that had to go just beyond the outstretched fingertips of Antoine Winfield.
So Marshall goes over 100 yards for the 7th time this season. That ties a franchise record. Cutler's got his way 6 times today, 97 times this season. Forte. Brinkley again, he's had an active game with his Vikings defense. As Forte takes it to the 46-yard line. Shaping up to be another big day for Brandon Marshall.
12 catches last time these two teams played a couple of weeks ago. A lot more yardage today, though. He's making some of those big splash plays on the outside.
Second down and 9 for Cutler and the Bears. Underneath to Forte, and again it's Brinkley. Gain of just a yard.
He has played well in both phases of the defense. Against the run, we saw it on the last play. Here he is in pass coverage. Number 54 right in the center of your screen. He's got Matt Forte. Just kind of eye him up, get right behind him, put yourself in a good position to make that tackle if it's dumped down.
He had 7 tackles in the first half, already 3 on this drive. Third down and 8. Bears must get to the 37. Cutler fires downfield. Too far for Jeffrey. Jefferson on the coverage, no flags.
Really letting them play on the outside right there. A.J. Jefferson, Alshon Jeffrey going at it one-on-one on the outside. And checking on both sides. The good thing, you don't get that arm bar up. You're not getting that up there as a defender trying to ride that wide receiver out of bounds.
Modlish punting for the 4th time. Marcus Sherrill's back deep for Minnesota. Fair catch at the 11. So the Vikings defense holds. Brinkley in on a number of plays. Vikings by 7.
Today's business travel challenge, stop or non-stop. The other airlines versus Southwest. These businesswomen have long flights to their conference, but the other airlines contestant has a connecting flight. That's not good. She's got a Hub City layover. Look at the size of those delays. Ooh. But the Southwest contestant is going all the way non-stop. Game, set, splash. Southwest flies more people non-stop in America than any other airline. Business travelers win with Southwest.
How advanced is the new Ford Fusion? Well, it has outstanding performance and handling, and it offers a plug-in hybrid that gets a projected 100 mpge. Of course, there's still one thing it can't do. Introducing the entirely new Ford Fusion. It's an entirely new idea of what a car can be. Today's game on Fox is sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. By Applebee's. See you tomorrow. By the all-new Ford Fusion. Go further. And by Microsoft Surface.
Snow continues to fall outside Mall of America Field. Vikings will spend one more year here as Brian Urlacher caps up one of the officials. Then they'll move outdoors for 2 years. Stadium expected to open on this site in 2016. As Adrian Peterson gains 4 yards out to the 15. Peterson with a couple of touchdowns in the first quarter on each of the first 2 Minnesota drives.
Yeah, but this is committing to the run, and you can see a slowdown in production, but still, I'm a firm believer that you can't say, hey, if you just take that 51-yard run out that he had on the first play of the game, then we're okay. No, that's not how this guy functions. We showed you how he's gotten better and better from month to month. He'll do that during the course of the game, too. You better be careful. You heard Tony mention that Leslie Frazier said we're going to run it and then run it some more.
Ponder throws on 2nd and 6. There is a flag. Pass was intended for the tight end, John Carlson. Flag is thrown to the secondary.
I don't know who he was throwing this ball at.
Prior to the pass, holding number 47, defense. 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Free safety, Chris Conti.
Working in the slot right there as John Carlson goes to break outside. You can see him hook him a little bit.
Yeah.
A couple of Bears defensive players have been ruled out with injuries. Craig Stelz, chest injury. Sherrick McManus, a knee. Jay McClellan suffered a knee injury earlier. His return is questionable. Movement, more flags.
Full start, 71. Offense, 5-yard penalty.
Right
Still
tackle,
first down.
Phil Lodeholt. Time for a game break with Patrick O'Neill. Patrick.
All right, Kenny, thanks a lot. The 11-1 Atlanta Falcons getting hammered by the Carolina Panthers. And Cam Newton, 72-yard touchdown. Steve Smith, nice block downfield. A flip into the end zone for Super Cam, 23-0. But Falcons now with 1st and goal in the 3rd. Kenny, Moose, and Goose, back to you.
Cam Newton looked like the Cam Newton of 2011. Gets the 11-1 Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, but I think that's one of the reasons why we're not ready to automatically assume that the Atlanta Falcons at 11-1 are the most dangerous team in the NFC.
Falcons suffered their only loss at the hands of the Saints. Big game next week, Falcons and Giants. Falcons 11-1, Houston Texans 11-1. Both have clinched playoff berths, as have the Broncos and the Patriots. Both these teams still on the hunt as Peterson takes it up the middle. Bears tied for the division lead. Vikings in a logjam at 6-6 with a number of other clubs. Vikings lead this game 14-7. And Leslie Frazier told us, in my mind, we need to go 4-0.
Yeah, you look at that bottom, the toughest remaining schedule in the NFL.
2 on the road at St. Louis, at Houston, finish up at home with the Packers. More flags.
Man, their timing is off. I mean, we had the offsides earlier, but it looks like their whole right side of the line is scrimmage.
Full start, 71, offense, 5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
It's Lodeholt again, 2nd penalty on this drive, his 3rd of the game.
I think the one before that they called Lodeholt. I don't think it was him. I think he was the only one who didn't jump off sides on that offensive line. But you got to, as an offensive lineman, you got to have your head back inside, get a little bit of timing with the cadence. Take a look. He's on the left-hand side right here. Yeah, just looked like that ball was snapped very slower than the rest of the line anticipated.
So now 3rd down and 11 following the penalty. Vikings must get to the 30. Ponder under pressure. And the Vikings once again forced to punt.
They're bringing people into the face of Christian Ponder. This is coming from the defensive left side. You look at everybody at the top of your screen right there. Yeah, Corey Wooten comes free. And
the one thing Christian Ponder can't do, Moose, is so he threw that ball. It was like a floater again, like we saw right before the half. He's got to get that ball and get it down there. Defensive backs don't have a chance to go and break on it.
Bluey waiting back at his 5-yard line. Hester deep for the Bears. Good kick. From the 26, Devin Hester. A return of 10. Out to the 36, a 55-yard punt. Good job by the Bears defense. Chicago trails by 7.
First rule of taking the world by surprise: do something the world will actually notice. Introducing the entirely new Ford Fusion. With a turbocharged EcoBoost engine and a hybrid that doubles the fuel economy of the average vehicle. It's an entirely new idea of what a car can be.
When it comes to Miller time, battles aren't just fought by the man in the ring. They're shared by the men in his corner. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time.
Take notes on the spot. Catch every detail with Video Zoom. And now, run 2 apps at the same time, on the same screen. The freedom to do what you want, when you want.
Let's go again.
With the quad-core powered LG Optimus G. Available from Sprint.
finally happened. Meg has a boyfriend.
Kent's here. Just putting on my lipstick.
Family Guy, all new at 9/8 Central tonight on Fox.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NFL for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or of any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NFL's consent is prohibited.
Christian Ponder and the Vikings leading the Bears 14-7. Bears will start from their own 35-yard line. Brandon Marshall in motion.
What is it?
On first down, the handoff to Forte. Gains a couple out to the 37-yard line. Jared Allen, the tackle.
Let's see if this Bears offense can get this running game going. Take a look at Matt Forte today, right at 4 yards a carry.
Bears with a late touchdown in the second quarter as Jared Allen gets the fans revved up here in Minneapolis. On second down, Cutler looking for the tight end, Kellen Davis.
That's a good decision because everything was short. Everybody jumped the short routes, and you slip that tight end down the seam.
Not even the 6'7" Davis could make the play on that one. Hands on their feet, third down and 9. Bears must get to the 45 as Cutler throws, and it's broken up. Intended for Marshall. It was A.J. Jefferson on the coverage. He got a piece of it.
Here's a nice game plan by Mike Tice, the offensive coordinator. He was worried about this A-gap blitz, so what he has to do is bring the wide receiver in to chip on Jared Allen, because all your linemen, they can't come out and help because they have to protect those inside gaps. But you've got to be able to control Jared Allen if you're going to be able to make a throw down the field to Brandon Marshall.
Mentioned Mike Tice, former tight end, assistant coach and head coach during Minnesota. Pavlish punting from his own 27. Fair catch is called for at the 20-yard line by Sherrills.
This holiday, share everything. Share not even close. Share you owe me. Share just right. The Share Everything plan. Shareable data across 10 devices with unlimited talk and text.
Get a Droid Razr M by Motorola for $49.99.
Want to see me get some great deals? Okay. It's a new way to get cashback deals, and it's called Bank Amerideals. I signed into my online banking, click the Cashback Deals tab, and pick the deals I want. I just use my Bank of America debit or credit card when I pay. And then I get up to 15% cash back put into my account. I know, right?
Introducing Bank Amerideals, free for online banking customers. Sign into your online banking to choose your deals today.
All right, if you're thinking about getting a new truck, you're probably thinking about fuel economy. Well, you're going to want some torque to go with it. Because unless you're using your truck to deliver pizzas, you ain't getting anything done without it. Torque is power. It pulls trailers, hauls dirt, drags boulders. Torque is what gets the cap off your beer. And only the Ford F-150 with EcoBoost has the best combination of torque and fuel economy. Think about that. Introducing the new 2013 F-150.
Hey, Steven, got your new official Nike jersey? Mom, I'm talking to Steven Jackson.
For a limited time, get a special discount at NFLshop.com.
Today's game is sponsored by Verizon. Call Star NFL to get NFL Mobile from Verizon, built to bring you the game.
Join the NFL in celebrating 50 years of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. In this golden anniversary, visit Canton, join the more than 10 million fans who have made the pilgrimage to the birthplace of the National Football League. Visit profootballhof.com for more details. Players this week and next week wearing a special 50th year of the Pro Football Hall of Fame patch on their jerseys.
If you've never been, I highly recommend it.
Absolutely. Vikings start from their 20-yard line, leading by a touchdown. Off the play fake, Ponder. Peterson, first down.
Now, when you go to the Hall of Fame, in my opinion, there is one person that is missing. If the Hall of Fame is about the best player at your position, why is not that guy in the Hall of Fame? I think if you ask everybody who is the greatest punter in the history of the NFL, it would be Ray Guy. I agree with Chris Kluwe.
Kluwe, the Vikings punter, big supporter of Ray Guy. Had an article published recently written by Kluwe in support of Guy. How about Lance Briggs? You talk about the Hall of Fame. He might be there after his career is done.
Yeah, there's a couple guys on this defense that got excellent chances of being in the Hall of Fame. And here's, you play it and you come through, you shoot your gap, but that's only half the job. You know, you've got to get Adrian Peterson to the ground, and Lance Briggs continues to work.
Yeah, he eventually gets it done, and he ain't going down very easily, though.
Takes down another future Hall of Famer. 9 tackles for Briggs today in the absence of Urlacher. On 2nd and 16, Peterson going nowhere. Israel Adonijah brings him down.
They can't do this, Tony. They can't become a one-dimensional team. You know, that's what you guys try to do as a defense, is force an offense to be one-dimensional. You know, Minnesota's doing it by choice right now, and Chicago's defense is too good.
Yeah, what they're doing right now as a defensive line is they're penetrating. See Israel Adonijah right there, going and getting, not letting Adrian Peterson sit in the backfield and cut and find the hole. When you penetrate, he has to establish himself now.
Short pass on 3rd down and 17. And the Vikings once again will punt it away following the reception by Jenkins. So another terrific series for the Bears defensively after allowing the 2 early touchdowns. Call ** NFL to download NFL Mobile now and get coverage of every NFL game. Well, since the Vikings scored their 2nd touchdown on their 2nd possession, they have crossed midfield just once.
The offense, it's not going to take Chicago long to figure out what their issues were early on, and they seem to have gotten those resolved, and it's been tough to get that running game going.
Kluwe wearing the full Ray Guy patch, punting it away. Here's Hester. And Hester takes it out to the 30 with just under 5 minutes remaining. 3rd quarter, a 56-yard punt by Kluwe. Bears defense celebrates.
How advanced is the new Ford Fusion? Well, it has outstanding performance and handling, and it offers a plug-in hybrid that gets a projected 100 mpge. Of course, there's still one thing it can't do. Introducing the entirely new Ford Fusion. It's an entirely new idea of what a car can be.
Up next for Career Day, quarterback Aaron Rodgers.
That State Farm agent said she helps people. What do you do?
I play football.
That's not a job.
Well,
Did you save my dad hundreds with the discount double check?
no, but I was MVP last year.
Mr. Hubble says trophies are for people with self-esteem issues.
Who's Mr. Hubble?
That's Rod Hubble. No, it is not.
For savings, we're best in class.
Hey, Roger! Discount double check!
Get to a better state. State Farm.
Ted can turn every game day into a party.
Tom Brady could do that.
Tom Brady could do that.
It's hysterically funny and unrated.
Somewhere out there are 4 terrible fathers I wish I could thank.
Ted, out on Blu-ray Tuesday.
The family that plays together stays together. An all-new Simpsons tonight on Fox.
Back in Minneapolis, under 5 minutes to go, third quarter. Bears start from their own 31, trailing by 7. Cutler can't find anyone downfield, breaks free, and makes something out of nothing. Cutler gained 6. Out to the 37 after it looked like he would potentially get sacked.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, he takes a negative play and gets some positive yards out of it, and he's going to end up with Christian Ballard right in his face right here. Makes a little inside move there.
Yeah, he does an amazing job of getting out of it. That pocket just collapsed around him, and there was nowhere for him to go, and he just did a great job of going and finding a little crease getting to the outside.
Good escapability. I think he's underrated as a quarterback in the pocket that can escape.
Armando Allen in the backfield for the first time on 2nd and 4 as Cutler hands it off to Allen, the third-string running back. And he's down about 1.5 yards shy of the marker. Matt Forte.
3rd and 1, and Matt Forte's not in, Darryl.
Yeah. Interesting decision. Or Michael Bush.
Yeah.
Michael Bush has been their short yardage goal line guy.
Bears stick with Allen. 3rd and a long 1. Cutler sets up in the shotgun. Marshall in the slot now in motion to the left. Cutler on 3rd down. Picked off by Harrison Smith. It was intended for Marshall. And it's Smith, the rookie out of Notre Dame, down the sidelines, and he takes it all the way for a Vikings touchdown.
Well, Brandon Marshall goes in motion, so they're able to trail him as he goes across. And now we're going to have the pressure come into Jay Cutler's face. Kind of stands there flat-footed. It sails on him a little bit, but again, here you go. You've got one guy we've been throwing to all afternoon. When that sails, look at all the Minnesota Viking players that are around that ball.
They do a great job of just turning, getting on somebody. Smith does a nice job of following his blocks also way down here at the end of the run. Look at those guys right in front of him, huh?
Second touchdown of the season for Harrison Smith on his 3rd interception. Lost the extra point. So the Vikings defense comes up big. Smith with the interception and a 56-yard return for a touchdown.
We gather here every year to celebrate a special time, the anniversary of Stella Artois.
We got this.
This hero stuff is easy.
What's better than epic offers from Visa, like 20% off EA Sports Madden NFL 13?
You should never go 4th and 14. You can't do that.
Getting a chance to hang out with Madden in his game room.
Look out!
Did you hear the pop?
And barbecue with Madden. Watch football with Madden. Learn from Madden.
Was that good, Coach?
And get coached by the ultimate coach, Madden.
Does all this make sense to you?
Yep, pretty epic. Join Visa NFL fan offers and make your season epic.
Rated E for everyone.
Love your Pandora bracelet.
He went to Jared.
The ballet slippers?
I used to dance.
Oh, hearts.
It's called the Red Hot Love Bead.
Oh,
I've said too much.
Celebrate life's unforgettable moments with Pandora charms and bracelets at Jared, the Galleria of Jewelry.
We got this.
This hero stuff is easy.
Jay Cutler picked off for the 2nd time today. Harrison Smith takes it back 56 yards. Vikings again lead by 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, not only interceptions, but that one taken all the way back, and the one earlier by Josh Robinson almost taken all the way back too.
Robinson stepped out at the 5. And a touchdown erased. Here's Eric Weems from the 7. Weems up the sideline and then finally forced out of bounds after he crossed the 35. So good field position for the Bears.
Well, it looked like the Bears had too many guys on the field.
Holding, number 89, return team, 10-yard penalty, first down.
And then Brandon Marshall decided to go and get off the field, got off just in time so they didn't get another flag. See Brandon Marshall right here, notices they got 12 guys on the field, gets off in time, but they still get a holding call.
And Spaeth, the guilty Bear, so Cutler and the Chicago offense back out. Total 500, Sunday, February 24th on Fox. Green Bay Packers host Detroit tonight. They have a big interest in this game. Packers and Bears, both with 8-4 records. Bears behind 21-7 as Forte takes it across the 45, and there's a late flag after Forte was forced out of bounds. 36 yards and a flag at the end of the play.
This is nice blocking across the board.
Personal foul, 69, defense, hitting the runner out of bounds. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Watch Jared Allen. He gets called for the late hit out of bounds. Remember Allen with the hit. Very controversial block on Lance Lewis 2 weeks ago at Soldier Field, knocking Lewis out for the season.
I don't know. It looked like Matt Forte was still in bounds when Jared Allen hit him. I don't think that was a penalty.
I agree, Tony. He was not making an effort to get out of bounds.
Yeah, no, he had an angle of pursuit where he couldn't have gone unless he made a definite dodge to the outside Matt Forte. But I don't know, I thought that was a bad call.
15 yards tacked on at the end of the 36-yard run, and now more flags. It's a false start against the Bears.
False start, 72, offense. 5-yard penalty, still first down.
So the Vikings get 5 of the yards back as the right guard, Gabe Karimi, jumped early.
I don't want to take anything away from Matt Forte on that nice run he had, but let me tell you something. Anton Winfield got out leveraged tremendously on that play. There's no way that play should have went for the yardage that it did. And he just got beat outside by a running back.
Yeah, he's usually very, very good in his angles with support.
First and 15 for the Vikings 39. It's Forte. Another flag. We've had penalty markers thrown now on 3 consecutive plays. And it looks like this once again
Holding,
is against Chicago.
Offense, 10-yard penalty, still first down.
That's on James Brown, who's back in at left guard. So 2 consecutive penalties puts the Bears right back where they started prior to the penalty call on Jared Allen. 15-yard personal foul. Bears then lose 5 and 10 more.
Yeah, I think that Mike Tice has to get onto that sheet and find those perimeter runs. I mean, that's the area that they've had some success today. Not just that long run that we just had with Matt Forte, but at other times during the game, it's been on the edges. They've struggled to run between the tackles.
Forte in the backfield, 3 receivers set. First down and 25. Set up the screen to Davis. And Davis, with a couple of nice moves, finally tackled just inside the 40. So Kellen Davis able to gain 10 on his second reception today.
And when you have an aggressive defense that likes to pursue to the ball, and both of these defenses are that style, the double screen is a nice play. Because when you see those linemen leave and you see that screen element move, you automatically start to chase in pursuit. And then when you've got the backside set up the exact same way, it puts so much pressure on that defense.
You know, you see all the players, we're just showing them on the screen, and every one of them is looking up at the board, you know, to see what happened on that play and get information as much as you can about what they need to do. After every play, that defensive guy's always looking up at the board.
Cutler with time on 2nd and 15, directing traffic. Now he fires downfield for Jeffrey, and he's unable to make the catch.
both of the receivers for the Bears, whether it's Alshon Jeffrey or Brandon Marshall, they do a great job of finding the ball. And one of the things that's happened with Minnesota is they're losing track of it. This is an ad-lib play. You know, we've got pressure. Jay Cutler's moving around. Mistrell Raymond, he loses sight of the ball, and Alshon Jeffrey has it all the way. I mean, you're very lucky that that doesn't end up being a touchdown. Alshon Jeffrey should have made that catch.
Got his eyes on it right there. Hits him right in the hands. Got to make that play. You're absolutely right, Bruce.
On 3rd and 15, Cutler looks to step away from pressure, then throws it away. Harrison Smith on the blitz.
I'm telling you, this kid is going to be a very good player.
Yep.
He's going to have a nice career here. He's good in every element of the game that a safety needs to be. He's a good blitzer. He's a good run supporter. We saw him with the run after the catch on the interception.
Here he comes scot-free off the left-hand side. You know, sort of gets juked a little bit, but gets a handout, gets a piece of jersey, and doesn't let go, and affects the throw of Jay Cutler.
Sherrill's back deep for the Vikings. Podlish punting from midfield. Sherrills lets it go.
Oh, well done.
Kept out of the end zone by the former Viking, Zach Bowman. Down inside the 2 by Eric Weems. Terrific job by the Bears on special teams.
Heads up right here. Nice job of going up, making sure your feet aren't in the end zone, knowing that somebody else is going to be out there, tossing it outside, establishing the ball out there. That puts that offense in a tough situation right there on the 1-yard line.
Number 38, Bowman, who spent the entire offseason at training camp with the Vikings. Returned to the Bears, and he makes the play before his feet came down in the end zone.
Huge opportunity right here for the Chicago's defense.
Ponder and the Vikings start from their own 1-yard line. The handoff to Peterson, fights his way out of the end zone. That gives Minnesota a little breathing room as Peterson takes it out to the 5 with 35 seconds remaining in this third quarter.
It's amazing. You get Adrian Peterson stopped 1 yard in the end zone, and you let him out. You know, you got to pursue to the ball a little bit better. You got to come through there and get him wrapped up. I know it's not easy, but you got to keep him pinned back.
Vikings must run a play, 1 second differential between the game clock and the play clock. On 2nd and 6 is Peterson. Nothing on that run. As we hit the end of the third quarter in Minneapolis. Bears without Brian Urlacher. They trail the Vikings by 14.
It's a holiday new girl.
Hey, Jess.
Jess never saw it coming.
Oh my God, I feel like a bird.
Oh, that's just sad.
New Girl, all new Tuesday at 9/8 Central on Fox.
December is Customer Appreciation Month at Subway restaurants. Saying thanks is a great deal because we're offering $2 6-inch subs, the cold cut combo or meatball marinara, $2 each all December long. Appreciation tastes amazing. Hurry in for your $2 subs. Subway, eat fresh.
Simmons, I got a paycheck for Simmons. It's your first of many.
Thanks.
What do you think?
I was thinking bigger.
Excellent.
Every checking account should come with a little guidance. BMO Harris Bank.
How can power consumption in China impact wool exports from New Zealand, textile production in Spain, and the use of medical technology in the U.S.? At T. Rowe Price, we understand the connections of a complex global economy. It's just one reason over 75% of our mutual funds beat their 10-year Lipper average. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence. Request a prospectus or summary prospectus with investment information, risks, fees, and expenses to read and consider carefully before investing.
Peppermint mocha for you and hot cocoa for you.
You've outdone yourself again.
The Dunkin' K-Cup packs.
Show off.
Jealous?
Maybe.
Get new peppermint mocha and hot cocoa flavored K-Cup packs. Only at Dunkin' Restaurants. America runs on Dunkin'.
I'm Lou Cadellis. Brian Urlacher breaks down the Vikings game tonight at 10 on The Final Word.
A defensive touchdown for the Vikings in the third quarter. 56-yard interception returned by Harrison Smith, giving the Vikings a 14-point lead. Now 3rd down and 7 for Minnesota. Ponder from his end zone throws, and the pass is caught for a first down by Michael Jenkins.
They've got to be able to be complementary in the pass game, and you just can't come out at the NFL level and be one-dimensional and just expect to beat the Bears defense just running the football. Christian Ponder and this group of receivers and tight ends have to be able to make plays in the passing game.
Adrian Peterson out, Toby Gerhart in. On first down, this is Gerhart. Flag at the end of the play. After Gerhart gained 6.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, 33. Defense, 15-yard penalty, first down.
You'll see him come in on the left right here. Now, Toby Gerhart was not down on the ground, but they did blow the whistle. So when the whistle blows, the ball is dead, the play stops, but Tillman kept going and got the flag.
Peterson back in the game. Looked like the medical staff of the Vikings were checking out his neck area. Ponder was under pressure from Matt Toina, and his pass incomplete off to the right side. 2nd and 10. Coming up for the Vikings, who lead by 2 touchdowns, and the 3 other teams that came into play today at 6-6 in the NFC are all losing. Redskins trailing the Ravens by 1. Bengals lead the Cowboys by 9, and it's the Eagles 10-7 over the Bucs. So a huge opportunity today for these Vikings, with the other 3 500 teams all losing at the moment.
No, they've lost control of their own destiny. They're going to need some help, and they're getting some of that help today.
On 2nd and 10, it's Peterson. And Peterson takes it out across the 40 and dives forward for Vikings first down.
Those are some of the hidden things with Adrian Peterson. I mean, this looks like it's going to be like a 9-yard run. I mean, watch the end of it. I mean, he's always surging forward. He's always pressing forward. You would think that Chicago, hey, we got him. It's a 9-yard run, but watch right here, just that little bit. I mean, that's an extra 2.5, 3 yards. Moves the chains, keeps you out of those. Yeah, 3rd and 1 is not a tough down or not an easy down in the NFL.
Goes and posts his hand down and gets some extra yards.
Peterson now with 144 yards on the ground. He went over 100 in the first quarter. Here's Peterson up the middle, breaks free.
How did he get through that, Moose? I couldn't see it from down here in the end zone, but I thought he was stopped for no gain. All of a sudden, he just pops right through.
There's a lot of them. You know, you don't see a whole lot there, but all of a sudden, it's a 6-yard gain.
Look at the pile of people right here. He just finds a little crease and just keeps moving.
Now at 149, averaging 5.5 per carry.
Look at that, 101 of them after contact.
On 2nd and 5, play action. Rodgers' pass is caught by the tight end, Rhett Ellison. But he's tackled back at the 45, loses 2 yards.
That's a good play. Actually, Israel Adonijah is the one who gets it all started for Chicago by playing his assignment and staying home on the bootleg, and he forces Christian Ponder back deep and disrupts the timing of that entire play.
So now 3rd down and 7 for the Vikings. Under 12 minutes remaining, 4th quarter, leading by 2 touchdowns.
said, you're going to have to take a timeout here. Play clock's all the way down to 1.
So Ponder heads over to the sidelines. And we will take a break. Back in a moment from Minneapolis.
I called the car myself.
I'll give you a lift, sir.
Who are you again?
Daniel, sir. Accounts.
Who's this?
This is Daniels, key player over in accounts.
Daniel's director of accounts.
The all-new Nissan Sentra.
Good luck in there.
Come on, Daniels, you're VP of accounts, aren't you?
It makes a powerful first impression. It's our most innovative Sentra ever. Nissan, innovation that excites.
Across thousands of cities and millions of miles, T-Mobile's nationwide 4G network has the U.S. covered from coast to coast. Nationwide 4G coverage from T-Mobile, reaching over 220 million Americans. See for yourself at T-Mobile.com.
She's not famous. She's never been on a red carpet. But she's the star of my life.
Kay Jewelers presents a new collection from Hollywood's premier jewelry designer, Neil Lane Designs.
My designs are inspired by Hollywood's glamorous past.
Handcrafted diamond rings, earrings, and necklaces with a vintage look. At Kay, the #1 jewelry store in America. For the star in your life.
Every kiss begins with Kay.
Today's game is sponsored by Nissan, innovation that excites. By T-Mobile, nationwide 4G coverage from coast to coast. And by Bud Light, the official beer of NFL fans. Here we go.
A snow emergency has been declared in Minneapolis. Tony, I hope you're not parked out on the street.
That's my ride to the airport right there. You just saw they're clearing it out, Kenny.
Darrell and I may need to tag along.
No problem.
Throw down at 6. Vikings must get to the Bears. 48. And they do. What a catch.
What a throw on the pressure, too, by Christian Ponder.
Ponder hitting Jenkins for a Vikings first down.
I agree with the catch there, right there. A nice high ball goes up strong, makes it at the highest point. There's that pressure you were talking about, Tony. He's got 2-3 Chicago Bears right in his face.
Yeah, no, scot-free, hands up, and he got that ball over them right to Jenkins.
4th catch of the game for Jenkins. This is the Vikings' deepest penetration since their second drive of the game. And play of this drive for the Vikings as Ponder hands it off to Peterson, and he is taken down for a loss by Nick Roach, who's in for Brian Urlacher.
They got so many guys defensively on the line of scrimmage to stop that run. It's making it very difficult to block everyone up there, and hard for Adrian Peterson. You see how he's getting stopped behind the line of scrimmage. That this is an opportunity. If they're going to go and commit to stopping the run, they got to put it in the air a little bit. These receivers got to start making some plays.
Loss of 3 on a tackle by Roach, who moved over to the middle. Second down and 13. Play action. Ponder looking for the tight end. Kyle Rudolph, and Ponder took a hit. There is a flag. Well, check that. No flag was thrown.
No flag it either. Not back in the pocket or downfield where Kyle Rudolph is. I thought that there was some things going on down where Kyle Rudolph was. Good job by Nick Roach just not slamming the quarterback to the ground.
Rudolph without a catch today. He's been one of Ponder's favorite targets this season. Second on the team in receptions, but nothing today for Rudolph. Now 3rd down and 13. This is Gerhardt as the Vikings keep it on the ground.
I think Toby Gerhardt on that one, Moose, missed the cutback. He had a puller coming across the formation and just stayed outside. I think he would have had an opportunity to make that first down.
So the Vikings, who've been outgained by 50 yards, have a 2-touchdown lead. Remember, they started this drive back at their own 1, so they gained 58 yards, but are setting up to punt.
Yeah, but they flip field position, Kenny, and it's a 2-possession game right now. And that's a nice job by this offense. We'll see how they do the execution here with the punt team.
And they also took 6 minutes off the clock. Hester lets it go. And another terrific play on special teams, this time by the Vikings, Jamarcus Sanford.
Now that's really nice complimentary football. You're talking about starting your drive inside the 1-yard line. Get that drive going, convert your punt team. Now you force your opposition inside the 5.
Santa! Want to see some magic? Watch this! I landed on my keys.
Did you get that? Oh, yeah. That was amazing. Here you go.
That was a fun trick!
See? Santa's
Walk it
okay.
off, Santa.
Share videos instantly with S-Beam on the Galaxy S3 and Note 2. For a limited time, get 2 flip covers for the price of 1, exclusively at Verizon.
With the all-new Wii U, this is how you'll play next. Using the gamepad controller to give everyone a boost. With new power-ups and new challenges in an all-new Mario game. Letting someone watch their favorite TV show while you keep the game going on the gamepad. New Super Mario Bros. U, only available on the all-new Wii U. Game rated E for everyone.
My best Whopper? The one I had after we went to our first game together.
Come celebrate 55 years of the Whopper sandwich with the spicy Angry Whopper and new sweet potato curly fries. Only at Burger King, where taste is king.
Wouldn't it be cool if you could combine the capability of a Pathfinder with the comfort of a sedan and create a next-gen SUV with best-in-class fuel economy of 26 miles per gallon highway and best-in-class passenger roominess? Yeah, that would be cool. Introducing the all-new Nissan Pathfinder. It's our most innovative Pathfinder ever. Nissan. Innovation that excites.
Vikings lead the Bears 21-7. Chicago will start from their own 5-yard line. Trailing by 2 touchdowns. Cutler throwing from the end zone, complete to Davis. Hard man to bring down. And Davis will be marked down at the 9. Actually lost a yard after he made the catch.
Now that's a big man right there, Darryl, with some pretty good feet. Look at his balance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys. Finally got him down.
Davis gains 4, heads to the sidelines. 2nd down and 6. Cutler escapes, now throws, it's nearly picked off by Sanford. Intended for Marshall. Looked like Marshall got a hand on it, as did Jamarcus Sanford.
Now, I want you to watch the difference. We've seen Christian Ponder in the pocket. Here's a difference between Christian Ponder and Jay Cutler. Look at the poise in the pocket. I mean, everything's going on around him. It's collapsing. He just kind of moves, slides, shifts, steps forward, gets away with the fact that he almost threw a pick. But his poise in the pocket, I mean, he just never seems rattled back there as everything's falling apart.
3rd down and 6. Bears must get to the 15 for a 1st down. As Cutler fires downfield, and Jeffrey able to make the catch. With Robinson all over him, Alshon Jeffrey picks up a Bears 1st down, a 30-yard pass play.
Doesn't matter how good a position you're in. These underthrown deep balls just wreak havoc with cornerbacks. And the big body of Alshon Jeffrey's got his hand up there. Yeah, you can see Josh Robinson coming up wanting a call there. This is a big guy. He's 6'3", 220. And you've got 2 big physical wide receivers on the outside for the Chicago Bears.
From the 39 on 1st down. Cutler over the middle, off the hands of Davis.
Now, we've seen that too many times this season. There's opportunities for the tight ends in this offense to make these big plays down the seam, and they just haven't been able to complete it.
Huge target downfield, man. Jay Cutler puts his ball in a spot where he should be able to catch it. See what Jay was thinking.
Yeah.
Not too happy.
Now 2nd and 10, midway through the 4th quarter. Cutler moving to his right. There is a flag. As Cutler was hit, ball came loose.
I have not heard a whistle. Did you hear a whistle, Tony? Not to the end,
nothing
right?
down here.
Davis recovers. And we'll head down here from referee Walt Coleman as Cutler struggles to get back up onto his feet.
Big pressure out here down the bottom of your screen. Watch Jared Allen. Jared Allen keep going, gets held a little bit. The flag comes out and keeps moving. Then
Everson Griffin, the second one, came in and got him.
Allen low, Griffin high.
Jared Allen gets the leg. You'll see it right here. Low and
There are fouls on both teams. Holding number 73, the offense. Personal foul, 97. Hit the quarterback in the head on the defense. Those penalties offset. Repeat, second down.
Well, you talked about the hold on Jamarcus Webb as Jared Allen goes inside. You got to get more. Eric Weems, if you're going to do a chip protection with Jared Allen, you need to get more than that on him. And here comes the second one. They hit. You can see face mask to face mask. Everson Griffin on Jay Cutler.
Penalties offset.
And Jared Allen's trying to say that he was down before contact was made. And this is nothing new for Jay Cutler. That's why, every game we have done, the one thing that we always walk away with is a healthy respect for the toughness of Jay Cutler.
Well, Coleman says we're ready to go. 2nd and 10 for the Bears from their own 39-yard line. Cutler to Marshall, what a catch.
that was unbelievable right there. If you're A.J. Jefferson, man, I don't know what more you could do. Watch him here on the outside. Does a nice job of getting into him a little bit. He's right on it. The one thing he doesn't do, Darryl, and we talk about it all the time, is get his head back around to identify when that ball's coming. What a great catch by Brandon Marshall.
The big thing was hard. His hands came up so late. It's one of the tricks for the cornerbacks is when those hands start to go up, you turn your head around. But Brandon Marshall was so late with his hands that he had no chance.
Butler's pass was deflected. Second and 10 coming up with under 7 minutes remaining.
Getting your hands up. The defensive line does a nice job. Tip ball.
Kevin Williams, the 6-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah, he can. That right there frustrates a quarterback. Can't get that pass rush. Just get your hands up and try to affect the play, and that's exactly what Kevin did.
Second and 10 from the 39. Off the fake to Forte. Cutler fires over the middle, and the pass actually hits Jasper Brinkley. Cutler was looking for the tight end, Kyle Adams.
Well, if you can't get your head around, Dow, use your body, right?
There's Matt Spaeth there. He's going to be in protection to make sure that side is clean with Brian Robinson. And again, you're trying to get your tight end down the middle of the field, but that's that cover two where that linebacker is carrying that route down the field.
Empty backfield, 3rd down and 10. Butler steps up, and then a shovel pass to Marshall. Marshall down at the 31, about 2 yards shy of a first. So the Bears, trailing by 2 touchdowns, will leave the offense out on the field on 4th down.
Not the way you draw it up. Those two have developed such great chemistry in their first season together here in Chicago.
99th reception for Marshall. So now 4th down and 3 for Chicago. Bears must get to the 29, and they do. It's Marshall. That's his 100th catch. It ties a franchise record, but more importantly, it extends this drive.
How do you stop him, Darryl? Can you please tell me?
He's so good with his body position, Tony. And then, I mean, how many guys have we talked to that have talked about the strength he has with his hands at the point of the catch? And this is the second time we've seen a game where he's been covered very, very well the majority of the game, and yet appears to be unstoppable.
Does a great job with his body, just leaning on guys. Everybody knows the ball is going to him, and you just can't stop him.
New set of downs for Chicago. Just over 5 minutes remaining. Jeffrey hit hard on the tackle by Josh Robinson. So Brandon Marshall now with 100 receptions this season. It ties the franchise record. Marty Booker with 100 receptions back in 2001.
254.
The 11th play of the drive for the Bears. On 2nd and 6, pass broken up by Whitfield, intended for Hester.
And that's one of the opportunities that Devin Hester will have working out of that slot. Those quick slants, get it into his hands as quick as you can, and let him use those skills that we've seen as a returner in the open field.
Third down and 6. Cutler throws, and Hester unable to make the catch. What an opportunity.
You called it, Dow. That is an opportunity. He was wide open. He catches that ball. He's in the end zone right now.
And again, it's some of the smaller details about why he's struggled a little bit on the outside as a wide receiver. You know, just finish that catch. You know, eyes coming up just a little bit too soon. You see the frustration on his face.
4th down and 6. Bears must get to the 17 as Marshall could not make the catch. Vikings will take over on downs.
Tell us how much garland you used to decorate your home last Christmas.
Around the fireplace.
I have no idea.
Going up the stairs.
How do you figure that out?
Spools and spools.
We don't know exactly how much garland.
Don't worry, My Lowe's automatically tracks and stores all of your Lowe's purchases so you can get that same great look again this year.
It's wonderful. It is awesome.
Yay!
We scan, My Lowe's remembers. Your life gets easier. My Lowe's. Sign up in your Lowe's store today. Lowe's, never stop improving.
Ford has the freshest lineup in America, so we're at the mall. Celebrating. It's an Explorer. The seat's 7. I'll show you the back row. Other cars in its class wish they had this.
Very fancy.
Definitely a lot more space than I have in the car right now.
Best in class for mileage up to 28 on the highway. It's got an EcoBoost engine, so it's quick. How many miles on the highway in the Ford Edge?
30?
That's correct.
Current vehicle owners lease an Explorer for $239 a month or get an Edge with no interest for 5 years plus $1,000 bonus cash.
Let's review. It's a celebration, and you're invited.
My gift was a TV that delivers Dad's Greek newspaper.
κατευθείαν στο σαλόνι.
My gift turned our living room into a gym.
You're next, buddy.
And my gift was a TV that inspired my son to create this.
Beverage, anyone?
What will your gift do? Let us show you how the right gift can make all the difference. Like this Toshiba 39-inch LED for $379.99. Get the right gift and never overpay with our perfect match promise. Only at Best Buy.
Now your entertainment can be more amazing. This holiday, get an Xbox 360 with Connect in 3 games, now $50 off. Entertainment is more amazing with Xbox.
Today's game is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's, never stop improving.
Vikings defense holds. They stop the Bears on 4th down. Brandon Marshall, the intended receiver, on the last throw by Cutler. So the Vikings take over, leading by 2 touchdowns, 4.5 remaining. It's Adrian Peterson on 1st down. As we head to Los Angeles, Kurt Menefee.
Well, don't forget, when you guys are done, America's Game of the Week comes your way. Most of your audience will see Drew Brees and the Saints taking on Eli Manning and the New York Giants. The Giants trying to hold on to first place in the East as they go down the stretch. That's America's Game of the Week, right at the conclusion of yours there in Minnesota. Kenny Moose and Goose.
All right, thanks, Kurt. Another key late game. Seattle hosting Arizona. Right now, the Bears just called timeout. Hold the first wild card at 8-4. Seattle Seahawks in the other wild card spot at 7-5, and a victory by Minnesota would bring the Vikings to 7 wins.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to get jumbled up. And, you know, the late game today with New Orleans and the New York Giants, I mean, those are 2 teams that, you know, a couple weeks ago we were watching out for. Those are the hot teams right there, and they had some tough goes of it lately. The Giants still lead in the NFC East, but that lead is shrinking.
Peterson out to the 29. Conti the tackle. Adrian Peterson with 2 first-quarter touchdowns to give the Vikings a 14-0 lead. Bears use another timeout.
Team timeout.
And we will take a break. Just over 4 minutes remaining here in snowy Minneapolis.
Road closed?
There's a guy. Excuse me, Glacier Point?
Follow me!
Follow me! Keep up, keep up, keep up.
Look, he's right there.
Follow me!
Wow. Crystal Falls?
Introducing the all-new Nissan Pathfinder. Nissan, innovation that excites.
Unlimited phone, unlimited data, unlimited gifts of joy. Buy one Samsung Galaxy phone, get the same model free. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/holiday today.
What's better than epic offers from Visa, like 20% off EA Sports Madden NFL 13?
You should never go 4th and 14. You can't do that.
Getting a chance to hang out with Madden in his game room.
Look out!
Hear the pop? And barbecue with Madden. Watch football with Madden. Learn from Madden.
Was that good, Coach?
And get coached by the ultimate coach, Madden.
Does all this make sense to you?
Yep, pretty epic. Join Visa NFL fan offers and make your season epic.
Rated E for everyone.
One Bud Light fan will win 2 season tickets for the rest of their life. Your favorite NFL team, every home game for up to 50 years. So go ahead, do your lucky thing. How lucky are you? Go to facebook.com/Bud Light to enter.
It's almost here. American Idol premieres Wednesday, January 16th on Fox.
Well, what does Adrian Peterson do for an encore after running for 210 last week against Green Bay? Just as impressive here today against the Chicago Bears.
He really has. It's a tough defense, even without Brian Urlacher and Tim Jennings out there. This is still a tough group, and look at the day that he's put up. He is so critical to this team's success.
Here's Peterson bottled up on 3rd down, so the Bears will get the ball back. Peterson's 31st carry of the game, and that is a new career high for Adrian. Bears use their third and final timeout. Stop the clock with exactly 4 minutes remaining.
But, you know, we've talked a lot about his recovery and what he's done, but we can't forget about another guy out there, and that's Peyton Manning. And I think this could be maybe the hardest vote ever for comeback player of the year, because not are they only comeback player of the year, they could be the most valuable player of the year. So, I mean, look at what those two guys have done coming back from what happened to both of them last season. And a lot of uncertainty with Peyton Manning and what his career was going to be, and Adrian Peterson committed to being back there for the opener, but can you really do that with the damage that you sustained to your knee? And he is as good as ever, and Peyton Manning is having a heck of a year out in Denver.
8 straight wins for the Broncos. They have clinched their division. And the Vikings right in the thick of the playoff race in the NFC. Hester to the 35, and there is a flag. Extracurricular activity.
During the return, the lead will block in the back. Number 38 of the return team. 10-yard penalty, first down.
Zachary Bowman. So the Bears offense back out, 3:51 remaining. Here in Minneapolis tonight on Fox, Animation Domination has an all-new night of young love and cool cats. It's The Simpsons, Bob's Burgers, Family Guy, and American Dad starting at 8. 7 Central tonight on Fox. Great job by our entire crew. Producer Barry Landis, director Brian Lilly, associate directors Eric Mandy and Joe Williams, broadcast associate Paul Marmero, technical producer Sid Drexler, technical director Chris Castro. Jason Campbell takes over for Jay Cutler, who took some hard hits on that last drive. So Campbell, the former Redskin and Raider, in at quarterback for the Bears, and he finds Matt Forte out at the 26-yard line.
And I think this is a good decision right here by Lovie Smith and the Chicago Bears. Jay Cutler has been roughed up all afternoon long. You're down 2 scores right here. We know how important it is to have Jay Cutler in the lineup for the Chicago Bears if they're going to be successful. You cannot fool around with his health moving down the stretch here this season.
Second down and 9. Campbell complete to Hester. Remember, Cutler suffered the concussion in the game November 11th against Houston, sat out the San Francisco game following Monday, and then returned for the Vikings game 2 weeks ago today. Campbell, 71 career starts. Started the 1 game this season out in San Francisco. Third down and 3. Pass intended for Hester. There is a flag. Josh Robinson.
Raining flags down here.
Pass interference, number 21, defense. Ball will be placed in the spot of the foul. First down.
We'll go back and take a look at that hit on the previous drive on Jay Cutler. And it's not Jared Allen here, but watch Everson Griffin come in, number 97. You know, face mask to face mask, bends that neck back, and you can see Jay Cutler on the side getting worked on after that series was over.
From the 40, Campbell moving to his left. Crossing the line of scrimmage, heading for the sidelines, picks up 7. Tampa Bay, Darrell, has taken a 21-10 lead over Philadelphia late 4th quarter. So the Buccaneers with a victory would go to 7-6. Dallas has pulled to within 2 in Cincinnati. There's Cutler on the sidelines. Bears loss would drop Chicago to 8-5. Green Bay with the 8-4 record host the Lions later tonight. And Baltimore has taken an 8-point lead on Washington late 4th quarter. Second down and 2. Empty backfield. Campbell from the shotgun. Campbell complete to Forte for the Vikings 34-yard line. 18-yard pass play. And Jefferson shaken up. So the Vikings medical staff tending to A.J. Jefferson. Back in a moment.
When we were young, oh, we didn't know. When it got cold, ooh, we bundled up.
There's A.J. Jefferson walking off under his own power.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's your own guy. First, it's going to be Aaron Henderson, number 15, but the real tough one comes in from the opposite side by Jamarcus Sanford right there.
With 2:32 remaining, and Jason Campbell in for Jay Cutler as Jefferson exits the Vikings locker room. 1st and 10 for Chicago from the Minnesota 34-yard line. Marcus Sherrill's in for A.J. Jefferson at right corner. Coleman winds the play clock. Here we go. On 1st down, Campbell chased by Griffin. He throws to the far side to the tight end, Kyle Adams. And Adams able to gain 9 down to the 25.
Jason Campbell has got to be aware of what's been going on this afternoon. He's got Brandon Marshall matched up against Marcus Sherrills on the outside right now, who's come in for A.J. Jefferson. Might want to take a look to his side on this play.
Campbell absolutely completed all 4 of his pass attempts on this drive. Bears out of timeouts.
Right here with you.
They do have the 2-minute warning. On 2nd and 1, Campbell escapes and then throws it away.
Watching Brandon Marshall, who's trying to give Campbell a little bit of a signal to go and throw it outside. He was man-to-man on the outside, but the pressure got to Campbell. Obviously, couldn't get the ball to him.
Campbell, 1st-round pick of the Redskins back in 05. Pick right after the Packers chose Aaron Rodgers. Campbell went next to Washington. 3rd down and 1. 2:15 remaining. Three wide receiver set. Hester in the slot. Campbell looking his way. Hester makes the catch. He's inside the 15 and shoved out of bounds at the 11. So Hester picks up a 1st down, 14-yard pass play with 2:08 on the clock.
Yeah, good to see him have another opportunity because he's been really, really frustrated since that drop he had on that 3rd down where he was going to have a big play.
Yeah, he's walking over to the sideline. Looked like he got hit by a camera or what? But, right there trying to get his feet back underneath him.
Flexing his right leg. First time in the red zone for the Bears all day. Campbell out of timeouts. Tries to call timeout as the play clock wound all the way down.
Offense. 5-yard penalty.
Yeah, flag just came out.
1st down.
It's one of the things, as a backup quarterback, it's all the little things that come in when you get onto the field in a situation like this. You got to kind of get into that rhythm. It's not just the play calling and communication back and forth, but monitoring that whole play experience and understanding the play clock, getting in tune with that.
Well, in game management, you have to know that you're out of timeouts as well. 1st down and 15 as the Bears lose 5 yards on the delay. As Campbell swings it out looking for Forte, and Campbell took a hit from Jared Allen. 2:03 remaining, so time for one more play, then the 2-minute warning.
Jared Allen still bringing it after everybody, I think, on that offensive side has either chipped him, cut him, or some way tried to affect his pass rush, but his motor is still moving.
Well, I mean, on that play, you got your wide receiver chipping him. You've got your offensive guard and tackle turning to him, and he still hits your quarterback.
On 2nd and 15, Campbell under pressure. Now he throws, and the catch is made by Adams, but he's unable to hang on. And there is a flag. as you see at the 6-yard line.
Official has his hat off.
If Kyle Adams went out of bounds,
Yeah,
he can't be the first one to touch it when he comes back in.
And the official throws his hat when a player does in fact go out of bounds.
Illegal touching of a pass. Number 86 went out of bounds, came in and was first to touch the ball. 5-yard penalty.
Oh, no doubt about it. Not even close.
You know, he gave somebody a high five in the first row.
He was halfway to St. Paul. 2-minute warning. 21-7 Vikings.
Today's game is sponsored by AT&T. Rethink possible.
What's better, faster or slower?
Faster!
Okay, what's fast?
My mom's car and a cheetah.
Okay.
A spaceship.
Spaceship. And what's slow?
My grandma's slow.
Would you like it better if she was fast?
I bet she would like it if she was fast.
Maybe give her some turbo boosters.
Tape a cheetah to her back.
Tape a cheetah to her back. Seems like you've thought about this before.
It's not complicated. Faster is better. An iPhone 5 downloads fastest on AT&T 4G.
Thank you.
For what?
When things were tough, you kept believing in me. You helped make this happen.
Behind every open heart is a story. Tell yours with my open heart collection at K Jewelers. Keep your heart open and love will always find its way in.
Every kiss begins with K.
Fresh toasted. Protein packed.
Subway steak melts.
Tackle a fresh toasted Chipotle steak and cheese, just loaded with juicy steak, layers of melt-delicious cheese, and a spicy Chipotle Southwest sauce.
Claim your steak.
Subway. Eat fresh.
Hurry in for Customer Appreciation Month at Subway. We're saying thanks with $2 6-inch subs all December long. Either the cold cut combo or meatball marinara for $2 each.
Thanks, guys.
Gracias.
Donka.
Go for 2.
Subway. Eat fresh.
Wouldn't it be cool if we took the already great Sentra apart and completely reimagined it with best-in-class combined MPG? Not to mention more interior room than Corolla and Civic. And a technology suite with Bluetooth, navigation, and other handy stuff. Yeah, that would be cool. Introducing the all-new Nissan Sentra. It's our most innovative Sentra ever. Nissan. Innovation that excites.
A minute 53 remaining here in Minneapolis. Vikings with a 2-touchdown lead. Mason Campbell in for Jay Cutler. Took some hard hits on the last Bears possession. It'll be 3rd down and 15 for Lovie Smith's Bears from the Vikings 16-yard line. Bears 8-4. Vikings at 6-6. Many of you will see the Saints and the Giants, or the Cardinals and the Seahawks. Seattle perfect at home. Time permitting, we will send you to bonus coverage of the Cowboys and the Bengals. Just over 2 minutes remaining in Cincinnati. Bengals with a 2-point lead, 19-17 over Dallas.
Brandon Marshall being covered by rookie Josh Robinson.
And it's Marshall in the end zone, Goose, who makes the catch for the Bears touchdown.
And you got to see that. That safety's got to get over the top with a little help.
It's the one we've seen the whole time. They're at the top of the screen, and watch, it's going to be a little bit underthrown. So as Josh Robinson's working back, and then Brandon Marshall, big physical guy, gets that arm up. You know, you could have had an offensive pass interference there.
Yeah, but that's not how they've been calling it all day.
No, they've really let him play on the outside. And that's the thing, when you get into that play, as long as they're consistent with how they're calling it.
Both ways.
Here's Robbie Gould. In case you joined us late, sprained his left calf. Pre-game. Was not kicked off, but he does connect on his second extra point. It's a one-possession game as we head to Los Angeles for a game break with Patrick O'Neill. Patrick.
All right, Kenny, let's show you how the Cowboys got back in this one. Tony Romo, the strike to Des Bryant. He gets in there, 27-yard touchdown, 19-17 now. The Bengals lead, and as you mentioned, Kenny, time permitting, we'll show you the conclusion of this one when yours is over. Kenny, Moose, and Goose.
All right, thanks, Patrick. 2-point game in Cincinnati. And with the Steelers losing by 17 to the Chargers, if Cincinnati hangs on, they would flip-flop with Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and then let's take a look at the division leaders right now. We have an 11-1 in the NFC that we're waiting to find out about. The Falcons lose to the Panthers today. Big game Monday night, New England versus Houston, to really kind of sort out what's going there at the top of the AFC.
Patriots hosting the Texans tomorrow night. And the Redskins have tied the Ravens at 28. They are headed to overtime in Landover, Maryland. I told you Tampa Bay leads Philadelphia. Buccaneers 6-6, Redskins 6-6, Cowboys 6-6, Vikings 6-6. So now it is Robbie Gould. He's 0 for 7 in his career on onside kicks. And he's attempting it with the left calf straight, and it comes down right into the arms of Kyle Rudolph. So the Bears with no timeouts remaining. 1:47 to play here in Minneapolis.
Yeah, hands off to that front line of players on that onside kick return team. They kept Kyle Rudolph clean so he could make that easy catch.
So the Vikings will be able to run out the clock. Bears with no timeouts. Second meeting in 3 weeks. What an afternoon for Adrian Peterson. 154 yards on the ground. 2 touchdowns. Dave Corris crunching the numbers for us, keeping track of all 154 yards, along with Ben Palma here in the booth. And Bandevic, Ricky Camps in the truck, and Nick Gagliano on the field with Goose.
They
Frustrating for Brian Urlacher to watch this game today.
They missed him today. They missed his leadership. They missed his experience out there. And I think we still got a lot of answers that have to be found out for both of these teams. You know, for the Minnesota Vikings, you know, you've got to be able to be better in the passing game. We still didn't see that today. Another great afternoon by Adrian Peterson, but we still wonder why we're not having that success. Percy Harvin goes on IR this week. That's a tough loss, but these other receivers have to step up. Saw a little bit from Michael Jenkins during the course of the game, but it's got to become more consistent for Christian Ponder. You've got to accelerate that trust and that learning curve.
So the Minnesota Vikings will win for the 7th time this season. Bears will drop to 8-5. St. Louis Rams won today. They go to 6-1. Washington in overtime with Baltimore. Dallas trailing by 2 late. Tampa Bay winning by 5 late. And the Saints will take on the Giants, so it gets even more interesting in the NFC with 3 weeks remaining as Leslie Frazier defeats his former team, the Chicago Bears, for the first time after losing his first 4. Huge win for Darren Allen and the Vikings as they go to 7-6, 6-1 here at home. And the Bears drop to 8-5. Bears will host the Packers in another huge game next week, while the Vikings will travel to St. Louis. For Darryl Johnston and Tony Siragusa, this is Kenny Albert. So long from Minneapolis as we send you to Los Angeles and Kurt Menefee. Kurt?
Welcome to the Lowe's Game Break.
All right, and so the Vikings keep their playoff hopes.
This is Bears Postgame Live, presented by your Chicagoland Chevy dealers.
After losing 3 of their previous 4, many viewed this game as the most important one of the season for the Bears to get on track, strengthen playoff positioning. But instead, they get hit over the head right at the outset, can never quite play catch-up and fall. 21-14 in Minnesota. That's 4 losses in the last 5 games. Leslie Frazier beats his former team for the first time as a head coach, and the Bears now 0-6 the last 2 Decembers under head coach Lovie Smith. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome into Chevy Dealers Bears Postgame Live. I'm Chris Bowden. Lots to get to over the next 90 minutes or so. We'll hear from Lovie Smith. It'll be interesting to see whether Jay Cutler takes the podium as well. Press conferences, lots of other postgame reaction from the locker room after this loss by the Bears up in Minneapolis. But without further ado, we introduce the 3 ex-Bears who joined me: Hunter Hillenmeyer, Jim Miller, and Dan Jiggets. Tough one to swallow, guys. Let's get right to our opening kick. Jigs, as always, you lead us off here.
Well,
Chris, during the course of last week, I talked about the offense having earned their paper, and that's one of the things that didn't happen today. The offense didn't earn their paper, and certainly some big money guys on the offensive side, and I'm talking about Devin Hester as being one of them. The football in his hands down near the end zone, a clear shot to the end zone. Got to catch the football. So those kinds of things cannot continue to happen on this football team, or it's going nowhere.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is going nowhere, because I think you can kiss the playoffs goodbye when you look at the Chicago Bears right now. And, they just don't give themselves a chance. They don't play smart football at key moments, key mistakes, as Jiggs just pointed out. And it's going to take a Herculean effort next week to get it done against Green Bay. Let's be honest. Today was the day they needed to solidify their playoff hopes, and they failed.
I thought the story of the day today was going to be, could they control Adrian Peterson? And he had 152 yards, and he rattled off 52 of those on the very first play from scrimmage. But the Bears' defense was not the culprit today. The Bears' offense got outscored 14-7. If you assume that one that got returned to the 5, that's really on the offense instead of the defense. You can't win if you're giving up more than you're scoring on offense. It's really simple.
And we talk about the big money guys. My guy, Jay Cutler, threw 2 up for no good reason. One is returned for a pick 6. The other one should have been returned for a pick 6. Only reason why it wasn't, the guy stepped out at the 5-yard line. That's 14 points right there. That's the ball game. Because you look at what the defense allowed after all the Adrian Peterson running around, and doesn't he look great? And he does. After all of that, the defense actually did their jobs. It's the offense that failed this football team. And I said last week that this is a week where they have to stand up and be counted for, and they weren't. And there's no other way around it. They spit the bit today, and now they're going to pay the price for it, maybe by not making a trip to the postseason.
It's drastic things right now. The way it's so frustrating, because despite everything that happened out there, you still feel, even in the fourth quarter, like maybe the Bears are going to do something and they're going to come back and win. And it's just so disappointing to see that slip away. The only good thing you could say is that after being down 14-0, I kind of thought the route was on. I thought they'd fold up shop and end up losing 31-3 or something like that. They kept fighting. They show enough glimpses to make you hope.
It's not the effort. I don't think anybody, doesn't dislikes the effort of the Chicago Bears, but when you have first down penalties, guys jumping off sides, Gabe Karimi, you have Jamarcus Webb have a holding the very next play, Devin Hester's dropping touchdown passes, he's making bad decisions on punt returns that's setting the offense back, that is already up against it to begin with and outmanned in a lot of ways. They don't play smart enough to win.
Joe,
and this was a team that we thought was going to be dominant.
It gets back to your original point, to play smart. Yeah. Play smart football, but you can't give games away, particularly this time of the year. We talked about how important it is in this fourth quarter to get everything nailed down, buttoned down, and get it right. And as we said before, no excuses for who's there and who's not.
Yep,
every team is going through that.
Lots of injuries today that they had to deal with on the defensive side. Stephen Pye wasn't inactive after we already knew that Urlacher and Jennings would be out of this game. But again, we're waiting to hear from Lovie Smith once he takes the podium out at the Metrodome. As always, we want to invite you to get interactive with the show. And for that, we go to our Chevy Dealers Interactive Suite. Susanna Collins is monitoring all the pain going on right now. And I'm sure there's a lot of emotion flowing, not only here on set, but also with all our tweeps.
I know. It's like deja vu over here in the Interactive Suite. I'm missing the Kool-Aid, Jiggs. What's going on?
Getting thirsty.
Yeah. I'm getting real thirsty over here. I need the Kool-Aid to deal with all these angry cheats. But I just want to remind everyone that you can join in the conversation by logging on to csnchicago.com, or you can tweet us using the hashtag BearsTalk. We're going to be monitoring your comments throughout the show, and our tweet of the week will win you a $50 gift card to Paris Club, but you have to be following us on Twitter at CSN Chicago to win. And guys, lots of Bears fans venting their frustrations on Twitter. Let's check out some of these. Katie says, the way the Bears are playing makes me want to pull my hair out. They are better than this. Yeah. Jason says, remember, 7-1 in November? Yeah, not really. And Terry says, where are all the offensive weapons everyone was so excited about at the beginning of the year? A very good question. And just a reminder today and every week before, during, and after Bears games, hop onto the Bears Pulse at csnchicago.com and head to our homepage and just click on that Bears tab to find the Pulse. Use the hashtag BearsTalk in your tweets to join in on the fun. It's a really great way to chat with other fans and find out what's trending during the game. So yeah, not a lot of good things to say about this one, Chris. And as Hunter said, the defense did a decent job of limiting the damage, but You can't win if you don't score.
Yeah, the Bears got hit over the head right away on that first play from scrimmage when Adrian Peterson runs for 51 yards. But by and large, they kept the Bears in the ball game. You know, the one interception led to the second touchdown for Minnesota. We just got final stats here. We've had them for a while. Bears out distanced Minnesota from a yardage standpoint, 436 to 250. 10 penalties for 80 yards, and a couple of instances in particular stood out. You guys were talking about the mistakes. The one on Jamarcus Webb after Brandon Marshall had a catch that brought them down to the 18-yard line, and then there was that other sequence after the Jared Allen personal foul. A couple of successive penalties on the offensive line right after that.
Yeah, everybody's asking, hey, what can the Bears do offensively? Look at the yardage totals. It's not like they're not moving the football. They just don't play smart, is what I always come back to for them. I mean, they did some great things. Eric Weems chipping on Jared Allen. We're productive enough in the run game. Not great, but we know about the issues on the offensive line. But what does it say about being outmanned when your second best receiver is off surgery and he's missed 5 out of 6 games? So they're outmanned.
Passing yards, Minnesota under 100, 77 yards for the game. We kind of expected that going in, but Christian Ponder did make a couple of key passes when he needed to as well down the stretch in order to keep Minnesota.
Not necessarily. Sometimes you get fooled by the numbers, you fall in love with the numbers. But the point is that how effective were you at using the passing game when you really needed to? And another reason why the Minnesota's numbers are down is because one was a pick 6. Number one, so your offense is not back out on the field for that. And number two, the other one, the other interception, the first one,
set him up.
They got it on the 5-yard line. Boom, they take it in Adrian Peterson for.
I think Leslie Frazier pulled Ponder into his office this week and showed him some tape of his running back and said, listen, dude, just don't throw the football to the other team.
Right.
I mean, Adrian Peterson is playing at such an unbelievable level right now. That's really all he has to do. He just has to manage the game. That's an overused term, but all he has to do is not throw interceptions, not make dumb mistakes, and they're going to be in every football game.
When you think about it, the Bears were in very much the same position. Don't make dumb mistakes and don't turn the football over and you win games.
And for a team with so much on the line at this point of the season, you know, that's what really scares you is they lost 4 of their last 5. And one of the key storylines coming into this one, Hunter, was the linebacker shuffle going on with Brian Urlacher out. Nick Roach moved to the middle. Geno Hayes, I think there was a little bit of exposure on the defense as a whole on that first play from scrimmage. By and large, how do you think that unit played this afternoon?
Well, I thought Nick did some really good things from a communication standpoint as well, in that especially with the Minnesota offense and division opponent, you know what kind of formations you're going to get. There's lots of checks in, and all of that falls on Nick. He handled the communication aspects of the position very well, was put in a position where he had to make some really tough tackles, some open field tackles that he did execute. But a couple people pointed out this week, with Brian going down, you're getting a starter in Nick Roach in that position. Really what you might worry about is Geno Hayes, in the sense that there's now 2 new starters as Geno slides into the position where Nick is sliding over to middle. The very first play, the person who lost his gap, Geno Hayes, 52-yard gain.
Let's talk about Jay Cutler a little bit as well, and now perhaps a health concern going into next week's game against Green Bay as the Bears had their second to last drive. He got hit hard. Jared Allen got him low, and Everson Griffin was the guy who got him high. As you take a look at some of his final numbers for the game, not too bad and all, but those 2 interceptions were really killers, really backbreakers. But Cutler was unable to finish the game. Jason Campbell taking over the final series. Word circulating around the press box that it was a neck injury. And that's particularly of note since he just came back 2 weeks ago from that concussion. But this is another concern, Jim, going into next week.
Well, there's no question. I think he was good with his feet. At times, I think he was rattled just due to the pass rush. We saw that it affected some of his passes, i.e. the 2 interceptions. Well, Alshon fell down on the 1 interception, but definitely the 3rd and 1 situation where he was going to Brandon Marshall, it got intercepted to Harrison Smith for a pick 6. That decision should never happen. Yep. You don't have to throw the football. The game is not out of reach at that point. You're right there, and he was forced and trying to make a play. But now what's more concerning, everybody's talking about, hey, he should give the Bears a hometown discount. To me, it's the opposite. This guy now has an injury history. This guy, if he continues to get hurt for the Bears, it's the Bears who will be getting the discount, not Jay Cutler, because you can't move forward in the NFL today if a guy continues to have head injuries moving forward as your star quarterback.
It puts you in a definite bind because, I mean, all of a sudden you could be looking at, you know, in the future a situation where, you know, the guy can't come back and play for X amount of games, and then what have you got? And you've loaded up a ton of money. So this is going to be a dicey one.
Lovie Smith should be up at the podium here momentarily, waiting on that. But as you know, we talk about color. Let's also take of note Brandon Marshall, who moved into the Bears record book today. Another absolutely amazing day in terms of coming up with double-digit catches. He had his 7th 100-yard game of the season as well. Surpassed Marty Booker, Jim's old target, in terms of over 100 catches in a single season. And Brandon Marshall just keeps putting up incredible numbers. He needed 9 to get to 100, and there another 160-yard day. Got a little deeper than last time. Minnesota seemed to play him a little bit differently. He got behind that defense, but some of the catches on some of the bullets that Jay Cutler throws are just amazing.
Yeah, this guy's incredible. Again, his body control. Even there was one play he came off, said, Jay, I was expecting to hit the fade stop. And he was basically telling Jay, so he just made a great play on that particular catch.
Let's go to Minneapolis. Here's Lovie Smith.
You go on the road. We know what type of, you know, it's going to be a hostile environment and all of that. Talking an awful lot about starting fast. You have to do that on the road. That opening drive really put us on our heels, and we never really covered. Had a lot of injuries in the game. Robbie Gould before the game out kicking and hurt his calf muscle, so in the end it didn't really affect us that much. We didn't have to kick a lot of long field goals, anything like that, but there is some concern, of course, with it. Shea McClellan had a knee injury. Craig Stelz injured his chest. McManus, his knee. And Jay Cutler there late hurt his neck. All injuries, of course, affect the game a little bit, but you know, late we got ourselves back in it. After you know, getting down 14-0 on the road, we got ourselves back in the game. Missed a couple opportunities there where we dropped some balls there late, but we did finish and just really kind of ran out of time. As I said earlier, we knew it would be a race to the finish, and that's what we're going to have. I mean, that window of opportunity for us, of course, is you know, it's a lot smaller, but we still control what happens with us. Yeah, I'll take your question.
Did Jay run some plays after you hurt his neck?
Not that I know. Came out after that, I think.
What did you think of Jay's performance?
You know, I thought he fought till the end. Of course, we like to have a couple of those throws back. But, you know, Jay is going to play like that always. We know what we're going to get from him. I thought protection was okay for the most part, but could have been a little bit better.
What about the hit that he got hurt on?
I can't really speak on it right now. I mean, I don't know he took a hit. Don't know much more about it than that.
What about Brandon Marshall's
like he normally plays, you know. He'd like to have one of those balls back, but right up until the end, the touchdown pass gave us an opportunity for the onside kick there late. So, typical Brandon.
Lovie, how much did the drop passes hurt you, Rob?
They hurt, but there's a lot of things that hurt. You know, again, the slow start, getting down like that on the road, and when you're in a hole, you have to make every play count, and we didn't.
Are you worried at all about guys getting tight, losing 4 or 5? I mean, it's stuff can so well.
No, I'm just thinking about us getting back on the winning streak next week. We're disappointed in how some of those games have gone. All of the games, really. But we're disappointed in this game. But when you're disappointed like that and you have your rival coming up back at home, we got to rally. We'll feel bad, for a brief period of time, and then it's on to Green Bay.
Why weren't you able to recover after that first drive, Lovie? Did it give them confidence? Did it not get back?
You tell me. I mean, how do you answer a question like that? If I knew that, we would have done a little bit more about it. So.
Was Peterson just being Peterson, or was he breaking tackles that should be made? Or what?
I think you guys answered most of your questions. Yeah, Peterson being Peterson. He's a great running back. He's broken a lot of tackles in his career, and we missed too many on him today.
How concerned are you with the direction then after losing 4 out of 5?
I'm disappointed in losing today's game. Is what we have to focus on, in just a brief period of time. Like we do most games, whether you win or you lose. I put all those, 8-5 record, that's all together back there. It's just now about this 3-game season and the next game. That's going to dictate what happens with us. We're still in position. to accomplish all of our goals that we set out for early on. Thank you.
All right, Lovie Smith after his team's 21-14 loss up in Minneapolis. Here's a look at your updated NFC North standings. And the Packers and the Lions meet up in snowy Green Bay in the Sunday night game tonight. You'd have to think the Packers have a big advantage going up against a Lions team that, as you've seen, has lost 4 in a row after finally reaching the 500 mark. And we're still waiting to see whether Jay Cutler will go up and take the podium as well. But Bears now in a little bit of a bind here, especially when you look at an overall NFC playoff picture, because the teams that are now crawling up on them got a little bit closer. The lone exception being Tampa Bay, which blew a late lead at Philadelphia. The Eagles have scored late, and I believe they have won that game, which would drop the Buccaneers to 6-7. But on the other side of things, Dallas rallied at Cincinnati to win. They're now 7-6. Washington rallied at home without RG3. He was injured late. And here's a look, we thought we were going to look at the NFC playoff picture, but Washington was able to kick a field goal in overtime to beat the Baltimore Ravens. And you also have, of course, now Minnesota sitting at 7-6, though the Vikings do have a tough road in the late going here.
Well, I mean, you split, obviously, with Minnesota. The Bears have the tiebreaker over Dallas. Washington, to me, that team is dangerous. I don't think their defense is that good, but that team is dangerous and one the Bears need to keep their eye on. Bears fans, you got to pray for the Lions to have a big one tonight. Is what you need. So,
but you know, you're right though. When you look at teams like Washington, who lost their 2 outstanding pass rushers and still are able to accomplish what they have. That's why I said, you know, you can't look at the injury situation and use it as an excuse this time around, because everybody's nicked up everywhere you look. It's just a question of whether or not, you know, your guys are rallying, and that's the disappointing thing about today. Was I was looking for that effort out of the offense and just wanted to kind of come in and put your stamp on it, because the defense has helped them survive all this time, and this is a one day where the defense kind of said, hey, come on, give it back the other way.
Well, like you said, it's one time, that's all you're asking. I mean, look how many times this defense has bailed out the Chicago Bears offense, and you're just hoping for one offensive gem, and it needed to be today. And they laid an egg. Yeah. They absolutely laid an egg.
I thought the game plan here was to pick on Hunter. We were going to tease him about the defense letting up that early score.
We were teasing Hunter when AP had 100 at the first quarter and 2 touchdowns. It was looking hairy for you.
It still is a little bit hairy, but to me, the shortest route for the Bears to get into the postseason is still to win their division. And if you're a guy that loves rivalries and you love intensity and the history, then you get everything you want next week. Bring it on. The other team atop the division, we don't know whether we'll be a game behind or tied, but it's still there. It's still there, and you can still see the Bears putting it all together.
Yeah,
they're not doing it.
Now's the time when you're really going to need some mental toughness.
Yeah, see, and that's the point too. You look at what's happened over the last 5 weeks. That's what makes you question everything. You look at it and go, wait a second. Does everybody understand what's on the table here? Because if you don't understand what's on the table, then maybe you should be looking for another job.
It's just like we said, why do we like Washington right now? It's a December to remember. I mean, that's what you want to have.
It's a December
right now,
to remember.
So for the Bears, right now, this December is one I want to forget. Everybody wants to forget, and let's move on to January.
But in terms of the mental hurdle, and we're still waiting for Jay Cutler, who will apparently take the podium here as you're taking a look at the NFC playoff picture. Not only is it a mental game with the way momentum is going against this team right now, but also with the team you're going to have to face next week. I mean, there's a couple psychological hurdles when you take the field at noon next Sunday.
Well, I know the gentleman next to me can speak for it. You're going to play for pride next week, no matter if you're in or out of it. I mean, that game's important. It's one of the biggest rivalries in all of football. And you better play for pride, because it matters. That game matters against Green Bay, and it's important, and you'd hope everybody's going to show up and play great.
And it's going to be played in your place.
Yeah.
So if you go out there and lay another egg, the fans are going to let you know about it.
In Green Bay, it's not like everything, the stars are aligned for Green Bay.
Right, exactly.
Their protection has been worse than the Bears at times. They can't run the football. It's kind of the Aaron Rodgers show, and hope they make a few big plays on defense, but they are far from playing flawless football.
Now, everybody might say, well, why are you guys thinking about talking about Green Bay? Because that's the reality. The Bears, I think if you really want to look at things, you want to say, can we capture the division first? And because the wild card situation situation gets very wild.
And right now, that's the team right in front of you coming up next week, and the one you're going to have to beat, again, after losing 4 of their last 5. We're still waiting for Jay Cutler. We're going to burn a timeout right now for the first time here on Chevy Dealers Bears Postgame Live. Much more to come. We'll hear from Jay, other locker room reaction. Also, looking to hear your thoughts on the hashtag Bears Talk as Susanna Collins continues working our interactive suite as we go to break. Here's our Discount Tire poll question of the day. What are your thoughts now on the Bears' playoff chances after today's 21-14 loss? A, they'll make it. B, they're going to miss out. C, they have to beat the Packers next week. Or D, they have to run the table. Log on to csnchicago.com to vote. And again, drop by Bears PGL Interactive while you're there. Send us your thoughts on the game. We'll have the results of our Discount Tire poll question later on Chevy Dealers Bears Postgame Live. Interactive suite. What's trending right now, Susanna?
I just want to remind everyone that you can join in the conversation by logging on to csnchicago.com, or you can tweet us using that hashtag Bears Talk. And yeah, we got lots of pretty sad fans weighing in on Twitter. Let's check out some of these bad boys right now. Mike says Bears speeding towards a 500 season and no playoffs. My, oh my, who to fire? So many deserving people. Brian says run the ball on 3rd and 1. Awful play call. Huge play, especially when our defense is starting to stop them. And Sooner Chick says the Vikings came to play and we lacked intensity. Deja vu. And just another reminder, you can join our discussion during and after the games on Bears Pulse. Just head on over to our CSN homepage and click on the Bears tab to find the Pulse. Don't forget to include that hashtag Bears Talk in your comments and your tweets. It's just a fun way to interact with some other fans and see what's on their minds. And Chris, I got to tell you, I've been going through all these tweets and I'm struggling to find anybody that has anything positive to say about this game. Fans really seeming to lose hope for the rest of the season after these last couple weeks.
Maybe the first positive tweet wins the gift card.
Exactly.
We'll see. That's certainly some bribery at this point. Let's head back to Minneapolis. Hear what quarterback Jay Cutler had to say after this 21-14 loss in Minneapolis and how he's feeling as well.
Pretty stiff.
Yeah, really stiff. You got to start stiffening up more and more as the game progressed, getting some spasms on the left side. So I just have to take it day by day.
What'd you think of the hit that did that?
I haven't seen it.
How much of a problem were drop passes today?
Coming in?
Drop passes, how much of a problem was that?
I mean, there's a lot of problems. Offensively, I didn't play well. We got to start with me offensively. So, interceptions, however they happen. So we just got to get better.
How tough was it to be in that hole so early in the game?
Yeah, to put yourself in a hole like that and then have to battle back. I thought the guys played hard and battled back. Just didn't have enough at the end.
Take us through those 2 interceptions.
Got the coverage we wanted on both of them. Alshon got tangled up, fell. Easy pick for them. And then the second one, couldn't really follow through with it. Got the coverage we wanted, trying to get beat across the middle, and sailed on me. So it wasn't anything they were doing. It's just they happen sometimes.
Was this one of the tougher road venues because of the noise?
Yeah, the noise is a factor. I thought we handled it decently well. I don't think that was a problem.
Is it becoming more difficult with the O-line constantly changing?
It's not easy, but those guys are doing the best they can. We just got to pick up the slack.
Was there a problem with the number of your balls sailing on you today?
No.
Jay, where are you guys at? I mean, you lost 4 or 5 now. How to get out of this?
It's a short season. We got a handful of games left, and we got to win them all. So just got to take it one at a time.
And it looks like Jay Cutler does have himself a stiff neck up there, standing answering questions after the loss. Here's a look at the ATI physical therapy injury report, and it is a long list. You already had the handful of players out added to that today, and we're just showing you some of them. Stelz with the chest, Jay Cutler with the neck injury, Shea McClellan with the knee. Also, Sheriff McManus left with a knee injury as well, and Robbie Gould, as you heard Lovie Smith say a little bit earlier, in pregame warm-ups, and you can even tell on the chip shot extra points, he wasn't even taking an extra step back. It was as little pressure as he could put on that left calf. Let's talk about the interception return. I think all of us, and I'm sure all of Beardom, the play call on 3rd and 1. One of the guys you didn't have today was Michael Bush, who was out with that injury. He had 1 carry today for 6 yards, and then he was done. maybe a little bit different, but all of us were kind of scratching our heads with what you were doing with the ball in that situation.
Right. Well, it's going to take a perfect throw to nail it, and if it's not there, you got to throw it away. He's going to say, "Hey, it just sailed on me," and that's it happens sometimes. Yeah, it does happen sometimes, but when they're getting returned for touchdowns and it's too tight of a window, you can't throw the football. And I think Bears fans have to go back and ask themselves on the play that he got hit, is it avoidable? This goes back to the play like against the Houston Texans. Why take the hit and try to make a play and keep a play alive when the smarter play is to just throw it away? There was nothing there. Don't take that. You love his competitiveness, but now it's to the point, it's to the detriment of the offense, is really what my point is.
I think the play call on 3rd and 1 is last week's 4th and 1 coming back to bite us again. Why would they have confidence that they can run the ball and get it on 3rd and 1? They haven't been doing it consistently. They needed the first down. They make a more aggressive play call and something bad happens.
You know, I look at it this way. You know my theory about 1 yard and less. You should be able to get that. But that being said, if you want to take your chances and you look at the probabilities of making it with a run via the pass, passing at any rate at its best probably a 50-50 proposition. So smart money says, hey, you know what? Even though if you have a young running back in the backfield, Armando Allen, I still feel more comfortable doing that, getting the first down and let's see what happens after that, rather than having the ball come back.
Now here's the question: if it was Tom Brady or Peyton Manning throwing the football, would you call pass play?
Well,
you would say yes. That's a great call. But with this offense, it's not.
No.
Jimmy wrote on CSNChicago.com, I think yesterday, coming in today, ways to attack this Minnesota offense. And granted, the Bears were put back on their heels, from the opening bell with the way Minnesota was able to march down the field. You wanted them to be a little bit more aggressive in attacking Jared Allen. I don't know if that necessarily happened off the bat, but otherwise, in terms of the way of attacking this defense, your assessment of how things went.
Well, again, like anything else, when you go in there and you fall behind early, that sets you back. I think Hunter brings up a great point that the Bears were able to reclaim the momentum in the game, and then you can start to do those things offensively, and the Bears were, and then, of course, the mistakes again.
What's that old saying about being in the swamp and being up to your waist in alligators? You originally were going to drain the swamp. All of a sudden you start worrying about the gators, right? And that's where they were.
That's exactly right. And so they were doing some good things. I mentioned Eric Weems. They did some different things even from last game the Bears did. Then they started to do well. And then, of course, then you have the penalties. Then you have Devin Hester making return mistakes when he should have caught the ball at the 18 rather than the 3-yard line when it goes out of bounds.
Okay.
And then the interceptions, obviously.
Let's look at it this way, and let's do the offense first. If you had the grade from a play calling standpoint 5 weeks ago to now, how would you say that you've seen progress in that area, or would you say that it's regressed?
I think they're outmanned. I think they're dealing with a lot of variables. I think they have two guys that are playing well, and that was Jay Cutler and obviously Brandon Marshall. Again, I think it speaks volumes today when Alshon Jeffrey is the starting receiver opposite Brandon. He's 5 weeks. If he's missed 5 out of 6 games and he's coming back from surgery, he's their best guy. He's their best guy, and he's a rookie who's not up to snuff. Do I hold it against him falling down that caused interception? Yeah, you'd like him to keep his feet on that play, but we're counting on a rookie to be the playmaker opposite Brandon Marshall because there's nobody else.
Part of that is a knife that cuts both ways too, though. When players are executing and making plays and catching the hard balls, play calling's probably a joy. And when you feel like you call the perfect play, this goes on defense too. You set up a guy for an interception or a tackle for loss, and they just don't make the play, then you're over there scratching your head. So
you're
great
right,
players make the great play calling look like great play calling.
Remember, you go back, and previous weeks we talked about the drops in the passing game and how that would have generated more offense. But, where's the offense? Well, it's laying on the ground because the receiver dropped the football.
When you have protection issues, your tight end should be your best friend. 2 weeks in a row, the Bears have opened a game going to the tight end for nothing.
And here's the other thing.
Well, let me ask Hunter this question. If you were to rate Minnesota's linebackers in the league, I love Chad Greenway. I think he's a pretty good player. I wouldn't put those other two backers up there in the caliber near close to the top third of teams in the NFL, and our tight ends can't be beat below average linebackers.
And EJ is a guy who used to be elite. Yeah. He's not healthy anymore, came back from a knee injury the way you're supposed to come back from a knee injury. Yeah. and you know, that guy on the other side of the ball, Adrian Peterson, it's just a marvel. But I think all year we've seen that where tight ends can pose such a matchup problem, and the Bears just don't have a person who can exploit that kind of thing.
And they've got a rookie at safety. We can't even isolate our tight end on a rookie safety, Harrison Smith. I mean, that says it all right there.
And he ended up beating you. He scores the deciding touchdown of the game. Hunter, your thoughts? We touched on this in the outset, but you're without Pye, you're without Urlacher, you're without Jennings in the defensive backfield. Arguably, Urlacher and Jennings going to the Pro Bowl. You'll also lose Henry Melton for a spell. And the way this game started, you thought, oh, this is a carryover of the last two drives last week against Seattle. But how impressed were you with the way the guys were able to hold things together? And I'm sure there was a lot of pride being covered and discussed in the meeting rooms this week.
Well, I think one of the things, if you're going to blame the Bears defense for anything, it's for giving away the momentum as badly as they did there early. 52 yards on the first play, actually really bad run fits on several plays there. There's a couple ways to stop a guy like Adrian Peterson, and the worst thing you can do is, even when you're playing your job and everyone's in their gap, have it be a huge hole with only one person there to make the tackle. Lance did that a few times where he made great tackles in big holes, but you can't do that every play as a defense. You need to gang tackle. You need to get tackles for loss where he can't get his momentum going. And so the Bears defense did some remarkable things despite putting themselves in some tough situations.
Post-game reaction starting to come in from the locker room. Let's head back up to the Twin Cities. Kip Lewis is with Major Wright.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm here with Major Wright, and Major, certainly the most disappointing thing I would assume defensively is just that first drive by the Vikings.
Oh yeah, they came and caught us off guard, but a player like that, is capable of doing stuff like that. But we came out and we stuck to our game plan and played better defense.
The way you guys lined up, though, it's like you guys anticipated a lot of Adrian Peterson in this game. Is that safe to say?
Oh yeah, we know, he's having an amazing year, and we knew that, Adrian is going to be their go-to guy. Other than that, just read our keys and play our assignment.
Things are starting to snowball a little bit over these last 5 weeks. How frustrating is it for you guys, especially the way you started at 7-1?
It's very frustrating, but we have to rally, and we know we have a great team. We have great players on this team that can make plays at any time. We have to just stay focused, go back, watch this film, clean up everything, and watch this game tonight.
Is there any panic at all at this point with you guys, just because of what's happened over the last month or so?
I wouldn't say panic, but a little urgency. It's a little time to go. We know that. Everybody knows that.
Okay. Appreciate your time, guys. Major Wright outside the Bears locker room. Let's go back to you.
Kip, Major, thanks very much. Let's take another break here on Chevy Dealers Bears Postgame Live. More postgame reaction coming up after the 7-point loss up in Minnie. Bears now 8-5. Again, leading us into our Discount Tire poll question. Your thoughts on the playoff chances now? A, they'll still make it. B, they're going to miss out. C, they have to beat the Packers next week. Or D, they have to run the table. Again, go to csnchicago.com to register your vote. We'll have the results on Postgame Live. Again, much more player reaction, plus we'll hear from our insider, John Moon Mullen, as well. A Chevy Dealers Bears. Of time for the Bears to make things up after falling into that early 14-0 hole. He finishes with 31 carries for 151 yards. So outside of the first 30 seconds of the game, the Bears held him to 103 yards on the ground after 108 a couple weeks ago, but it is a 7th straight 100-yard game for AP. And he is now well over. He's probably knocking on the door of 1,600 yards for the season. And there you see his career numbers versus the Bears. Again, he's gone 3 or 4 consecutive games without reaching the 100-yard mark. He does so in both games so far this season. And, there were times when the Bears were lining up 9 in the box on the very first play from scrimmage, and he was able to make a burst right through there.
I personally believe this guy is up for National Football League MVP of the season. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I say that, everybody say, oh, it can't go to a guy who doesn't have a winning record. There is nobody else but Adrian Peterson up there. Nobody can stop him. 7 straight 100-yard games. He's probably going to get 2,000 yards this year, and he's coming back not even 5 months after tearing his ACL. Talk about extraordinary achievements. This is one of them.
So you see him as comeback player of the year or
I think,
MVP?
Well, there's only 6 guys in NFL history that have rushed for 2,000 yards. 6. That's it. I mean, that's, to me, pretty impressive. For him to do it off a year where he's coming off an ACL to his livelihood, to me, he's in the discussion. I'm not saying he gets it, but he's in the discussion.
Who else is in that discussion?
Well, you're going to go Tom Brady, Peyton, Aaron Rodgers. I think Calvin Johnson, too.
Oh, you for MVP?
I'm saying, or minimum offensive player of the year. He could break Jerry Rice's record for most yards. Everybody considers Jerry Rice the greatest player to ever play the game. Calvin Johnson, the Detroit Lions, no running game to speak of. He could break Jerry Rice's record back from 1995. First guy to ever do it. And if he's considered the best, Calvin Johnson may shatter it this year for the Detroit Lions.
AP, the 12th player in NFL history to have multiple 1,600-yard rushing seasons. I guess we can throw out the question, who's tougher to defend? Is it Brandon Marshall or Adrian Peterson? You tried defending Adrian Peterson, and it's a unique thing, I'm sure.
Jiggs actually made a really good point when we were watching the game, where you're putting 9 guys up in the box. That's a show of respect. It's also kind of scary if you're a Bears defense, because Adrian Peterson, he's not just fast and elusive and explosive. If he breaks 1 tackle with 9 guys up in the box,
you got a problem.
Who's left?
No.
You know, that's why you see him. He forces the issue so much. He's such a downhill runner.
And he's so
he breaks
strong.
1 tackle.
He's so strong with that stiff arm too. You saw him on Conti, and after he'd avoided Geno Hayes at the line of scrimmage, Conti comes along and he's going to try to ease into him a little bit. He just takes him and gives him a facial on the turf, and he's gone for another 15 to 20 yards. So he's a unique, kind of talent in that respect. And I agree with you, Jimmy. I look at his numbers and just to think where he's come from and how we were all looking at that and going, well, that's usually 18-month injury. He turns it around in less than a year.
There's only been one MVP for a losing team, and it was Chuck Howley, who was a linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys, and it happened in Super Bowl V. Defensive player got MVP and they lost the game. I don't know where this assumption comes from that the MVP can only be given to a winner. It's not Adrian Peterson's fault their quarterback's bad. It's not Adrian Peterson's fault they don't have another weapon other than him. It's not Adrian Peterson's fault that they have other issues up there in Minnesota. Those aren't his fault.
Hey,
he's a great player.
Walter Payton should have won like 5 MVP awards during some of his time here when he was with the Bears. Oh, you'll agree with me, I think, deep down.
Oh, no doubt.
Let's talk about the Bears MVP this season. Brandon Marshall, again, putting up monster numbers this afternoon. 10 catches for 160 yards. And again, his 7th 100-yard game of the season. And there, most receptions in Bears franchise history. Jim Miller probably shedding a tear here because you were in on that Marty Booker century season. Now he has gone 1 over with 3 games to go, and again, another day where we're all there watching it in the green room, shaking our head at some of the catches that he's making.
Really kind of a bit of a microcosm for what he's done all year, where even when the Bears offense struggles, he gets his numbers, and that he has his 100th catch on 4th and 3, and his 101st catch to own the record by himself on a touchdown at the end of the game.
And really, they're not like easy catches.
Yeah, Jay's firing them in there.
Jay's firing. He's pounding the pill, and this guy is just dominating defensive backs. It's fun to watch him. I mean, because you go, well, he can't catch that one. I mean, he's like a vacuum. It's unbelievable. So yeah, Phil Emery was saying on the pregame on the radio that that's what a number 1 receiver looks like, and he's exactly right.
And he's so good when he doesn't catch a pass. What happened on that play? It's almost difficult to give the defense credit on that. Let's hear what Brandon Marshall had to say after this tough loss, dropping the Bears to 8-5.
It's not about who was in there. It was that type of game today.
Was it kind of the same story, Brandon, like last week? I mean, it seemed like there were a couple passes that could have been caught that could have gone for
Yeah, we all let the team down. I dropped that 3rd down. I have to make that play. That was a momentum play. If we move the chains, the game is probably different. So I have to do better. I let my teammates down today. I got to make those plays. There was a few plays, that 4th down. Jay put it on me right on the money, and I dropped it. So when we're in this situation, we have to step up. Backs against the walls now, and we have to win out.
You still feel offensively like you guys can pick it up at this juncture in the season?
I mean, right now we just have to win out. It doesn't matter. Forget the X and O's. Forget what the first 11, 12 games of the season. All that doesn't matter at this point. We have the guys in this locker room that can get it done, and we have to get it done.
The pick six, did you just sail? It looked like you were pretty close to it.
Yeah, that was another one of those plays I got to make. Jay, you know, when you have a hot hand quarterback like that, you know, you have to make the plays for him. Because the more you make plays for him, the hotter he gets. So I just have to, you know, let this one go and get back to work because, you know, we have a tough 3 weeks ahead of us.
Brandon, you're still making a ton of catches, but are they defending you any different now the last couple of games, double, triple, anything?
No, I really enjoyed seeing Hess in the slot today. You know, I mean, he had an outstanding week of practice. You know, he did an amazing job today. You know, but he's like a shooter. You know, the more he gets, the better he gets. So we have to feed him a little more so we get him going. And I'm sure about time playoff gets here, you know, him and Earl on the slide is going to be dangerous. Alshon got back today. Was excited about him. You know, he's a little rusty, but he made some big plays, and there's some plays he left out there. So I expect him down the stretch to make those plays, and I'm just excited about our group and what we showed today, you know, and what we didn't, because now we understand what we are and what we're not. So these last 3 weeks are going to be tough, and we have to pick it up.
You seem to find the
Today's champion roughing player of the game, 10 more catches, as we said earlier, giving him 101 on the season for a new franchise single-season mark, and goes to 160 yards today and not going to beyond 1,300 yards for the season. So the guy's 10 catches today. Lots of concerns about this team right now. Is one potential bright spot. There were a couple of key drops by the Hesters and the Jeffreys of the world. But Forte, Hester, and Jeffrey do combine for 14 catches. Is that at least something you can take out of this thing offensively?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's important that Alshon Jeffrey gets back in the mix. They need somebody opposite Brandon Marshall, because the tight end position is not doing it. There's only so many times you can check off, throw screens to the back. So to me, another guy has to step up. Hopefully Alshon Jeffrey got his feet wet enough today. Good job rebounding, getting a touchdown before the half. So, you know, hopefully he can be the guy. He's talented now, but again, they're relying on a very young player that's missed a lot of playing time so far his rookie season.
One of the other things it seems like is a part of what they're doing offensively with Devin is trying to get that quick hitter to him out when he's out on the perimeter. But you know, the thing about Devin that's just so frustrating is you see a guy with playmaking ability, but when the big play is there to be made, it seems like he just can't flip the switch and make it. And I don't know what the reasoning is for that.
Well, I know there's more of the season to go, but there's no other way to classify it. It's been a disappointing year for Devin Hester. I mean, you don't know what you're going to get on this guy from punt returns, his decisions there, what's going to happen at receiver when he lines up. And I know he's been out of the lineup as well, but he's a veteran player. He's too seasoned to be where he's at right now to have this bad of a season.
And look at his return, you know, in the return game. I mean, he's doing those swirls now. I mean, you get dizzy watching him, and sometimes he's losing 5 yards to try to gain 2.
He's trying to make the defenders dizzy. I wonder if he's making himself dizzy sometimes as well.
But we're sitting here talking about other options, and we're talking about balance, and it's December. I don't care about that. I care about points. I care about wins. Like it's not the time of the year to be looking for signs of progress for down the road. It's time to win.
I agree 100%.
And I feel like we can talk about how they do it, or, you know, the best play the Bears have is Cutler deep to Marshall. Just throw him the ball. Like, I almost think it simplifies things for Jay. If he knows he's going to Marshall every time, just give it to the guy.
He pretty much knows that now. I mean, 19 targets today and 10 of them were receptions.
13 games down, 3 to go. It's
clear.
Time to figure something out. Again, playoffs hanging in the balance after this 21-14 loss. Time for another break on Chevy Dealers Bears Postgame Live. We will hear from Matt Forte. Also get some words with John Moon Mullen, fresh out of the locker room, as well as the Bears fall to 8-5 on the season. Looking for your reaction as well using the hashtag Bears Talk on Twitter. Susanna awaiting some of your responses. We'll check back in with her as well. Again, Bears fall 21-14 in Minneapolis.
Trembling hands.
I was losing my balance.
They diagnosed me with Parkinson's.
Parkinson's.
I couldn't believe it.
Back to Minneapolis and hear what Matt Forte had to say to our Kip Lewis afterwards.
All right, thanks, guys. With Matt Forte outside the Bears locker room, just how do you explain what's gone on in the last 5 weeks or so?
Best way to explain it is shooting ourselves in the foot. I mean, we've been driving the ball. You know, Brandon, big catch. big run, and then we get penalties, which pushes behind the first down marker. So then we get backed up, can't even get a first down to try to get a field goal or something. So basically, jumping off sides and holding and just, not executing. Executing is not having penalties and, doing each play right and getting positive yardage. We've been kind of going backwards after we go forward and take steps back,
That being said, then, is there still a sense that even this late in the season that you guys can turn things around and get this offense to where a lot of you guys thought it would be at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, we can. It's just a matter of, executing the plays right, and just, stop doing the stupid mistakes that we've been doing, which is, those, stupid penalties when we're down close to the red zone and, stop shooting ourselves in the foot. So, if we can stop doing that, then, we can get some points on the board and play a lot better.
Has there been, or do you feel at least at this point that there is a sense of urgency right now that, you guys started in such a great position that you can still finish it the way you want to finish it?
Yeah, there's been a sense of urgency since, I think, a couple weeks ago, from now, it's even more now, that we got, Green Bay coming up and, Detroit at the end of the year. So, we're not looking ahead. We're looking at next week so that we can, get that win and, hopefully continue to try to win out. We got 3 games left. We need to win them all.
All right, Matt, appreciate your time, guys. Matt Forte outside the Bears locker room. Let's go back to you.
Guys, thanks very much. Aside from running from 85 yards, he also had 34 yards in receiving on 6 grabs. So Matt Forte carrying a little bit more of the load, but very frank, and I think kind of reflecting what a lot of us have been saying on the panel in terms of this team shooting itself in the foot. Jigs, your thoughts on offensive line play today? We did see a little bit of a substitution there at left guard. James Brown actually got whistled for a penalty as well, but while he was in for Edwin Williams, in the end, this team runs for 118 yards, a 6.5 average. Obviously, the 36-yard run by Matt Forte, they allowed just
kind of skews things a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but they're going to have another test coming up next week. They kept Jared Allen pretty quiet.
They did, and unfortunately, they didn't have an opportunity to visit with him the way that I think a lot of people were thinking that they might. But yeah, they kept him at bay for the most part. But you know what? This all goes back to everybody being on the same page and connecting the dots when they call a play. Understand what the snap count is. Understand that, you can't have holding penalties on top of, offsides that takes you from a position where you might be able to make some progress and get down and get some points to going back to where you originally started the drive. Those are the kind of things that, from the offensive line, that we didn't want to see happen today, and they still continue to happen. And if you talk about progress, Hunter, as you were asking about whether or not we're still talking about progress, that's one thing that hasn't changed, and that has to change if you want to have a winning offense.
And real quick, before we go to Moon, Jim, how much does that offensive line in flux hurt what you were talking about in your article, what they needed to do coming in today in the Dome?
I do. When you're, now addressing 3 new players to the offense. Granted, Gabe Creamy's not new, but he's at a new position in the right guard, and things are different for him. So you're trying to negotiate all these things that are going on. But the problem is, at the end of the day, here's how simple football is. You listen to the play call in the huddle, you listen to what it's on, and you go up and you execute your assignment. You mean to tell me you can't stay on sides remembering the snap count? There was one point today, they were 3rd and 34 because of a penalty on first down, a penalty on second down. They had a penalty, another penalty, and then it led to a 3rd and 34 situation. It's at Mike Tice. There are no play calls for 3rd and 34. Trust me.
Just dial one up, baby. Well, you're a quarterback, though. How many times did you jump off sides?
Maybe Moon Mullen has a play call for 3rd and 34. Let's head back up to Minneapolis outside the Bears locker room. Moon joining us before he goes out into the great, foot or 2 of snow that's going on outside Mall of America Field in the Metrodome. Moon, thanks for jumping on. You're just outside the locker room. What's the mental state of this team right now?
Normally you talk to guys after a loss like this, or any kind of loss, and there's almost an automatic, where are you guys right now? And where's your confidence level? Oh, we can come back from this and so forth. I talked to 2 different guys, and the hesitation before the answer was interesting. I won't name names because it'll sound like they're negative here, but saying to somebody, where's the confidence of this team after losing 4 of the last 5? And he just kind of sat there and had his head down and said, well, our chances are pretty thin right now. meaning they're 8-5 and seeing themselves as, I won't say on the outside looking in, but it's not a team that has much confidence right now.
Yeah, John, I can't figure out the reason why they wouldn't have any confidence in themselves, because that may be leading them to what's happened over the last couple of weeks. But you know what, that's where you just have to have the ability to wash all that stuff away and get ready for the next play. If you made a mistake, you can't do anything about it. Coaches always tell you that. Can't do anything about it now. It's over. So make sure you don't make the mistake again, but let's get rolling. And that's where they are right now. They got to get rolling, and particularly, as you heard me talk during the week about the offensive side, earning your paper. There's some guys not earning their paper on this football team, and they've got to start doing that.
And I think I heard you guys talking before too about, Jimmy, you mentioned changes on the offensive line and the disruptions this might be causing. Unfortunately, we can kind of, which is the chicken, which is the egg. The problems are on the offensive line, for example, because guys aren't executing. That's why they're in flux. That's why Edwin Williams is benched. That's why Gabe Karimi's not a tackle at the moment. So the other thing too, guys, and I think you might have heard something from Matt Forte. I heard this from other players talking about. Each play, it seems like, we just shoot ourselves in the foot. One guy makes a mistake every play type of thing. That's what you hear from bad teams. And Kevin Lewis, we were just talking before, he said, I feel like I'm watching the Jets sometimes. So this is what makes a bad team. And I think they're starting to look like that team that's a not very good team that had some good games rather than a really good team that has a couple bad days.
Well, Moon, this is Hunter. I think lost in all of that shuffle a little bit of the injuries that seem to be stacking up. Any idea on the severity, without asking you to speculate, about Shea McClellan? They just said a knee, and that to me is troubling, not just for the next 3 weeks, because he's a guy that adds value in multiple ways with his versatility, but obviously Emory's first-round pick, a guy that they have very high hopes for. Do you know anything there?
No, I don't, Hunter, and that would be speculating. The fact that he went out early, as opposed to Henry Melton, who went out and then came back in, so you're a little more encouraged by that. But no, and the cone of silence that is imposed over injuries. In fact, you were part of that, and I respected that quite a bit. It'll be a little bit later in the week before we really have any indication whether 99 is able to go.
All right, Blue, thanks very much for the time. We'll let you get to your keyboard, break out the shovel, too, in order to get out of there, and safe travels back home.
All right, guys. Talk soon. All
right, that's John Moon Moe and his view from the moon outside the Bears locker room. Again, the final score, 21-14, as Minnesota beats the Bears, handing them their 4th loss in their last 5 games. Still much more to come. Post-game reaction on the way. And again, Susanna Collins is waiting to hear from you on Bears Talk, the hashtag Bears Talk. Want to hear more of your opinions on this 21-14 loss. Back in a minute.
Stuff your stockings with.
Time now for our Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. Who's hot and who's not around the NFL here in Week 14. No Sean Marina helping Peyton a little bit the other night against the Oakland Raiders. Cam Newton as the Panthers defeated Atlanta today.
Wasn't he the guy they wanted to run out of the league a couple of weeks ago?
280. Yeah, just maybe his press conference demeanor was much better today. And Mike Wallace, even though Pittsburgh lost to San Diego,
how'd that happen?
7 catches, a couple of them for touchdowns. On your not list, well, we have to go back to Tampa Bay and losing at Philadelphia today, or to Philadelphia today, 20 incompletions, even though Josh Freeman threw for 2 scores. Brady Quinn, 11 for 22, and a pick for KC. And Chad Henne, who I thought was going to be the savior for the Jaguars, not so much today. 21 of 43 for a couple of picks. Back to our Chevy Dealers Bears Interactive Suite. Susanna Collins playing psychiatrist, psychologist, I'm not sure. Just the Dr. Susanna Collins today.
Part of my job, Dr.
Right.
Collins. I like it. Again, you can log on to csnchicago.com to get in on the chat, or on Twitter using that hashtag Bears Talk. And we've got lots of disappointed fans weighing in on Twitter. Here are just a few. Alabama Chuck says, my current divorce is more entertaining than watching Chicago. Sarah says, I don't think it helped that Jiggs was sporting a purple tie today. Jiggs getting thrown under the bus there.
Wow.
And G Fury says, I am so frustrated with this team. No Bears Kool-Aid for anyone today. Don't we know it?
We're getting thirsty. All right. Susanna, thanks very much. We appreciate it. And hopefully you're not getting too beat up over there. Like Jiggs is getting beat up.
I didn't know my cravat was going to be part of the deal.
The purple tie. We should have
just reached and grabbed one.
We should have checked the wardrobe beforehand today. I want to talk to Hunter about the defensive line play the last couple of weeks, but first let's Let's hear from one of the defensive linemen as well, Julius Peppers, after the loss to the Vikings.
But, you know, after the big run early, I don't think I thought we contained AP pretty good. I know he had big numbers including that big run, but outside of that and another run that he had for, you know, a good chunk, I thought we did a pretty good job of holding him down.
What was the difference without Ryan in there? Obviously, you think Nick was calling the shots on the defense. Any changes or any settling down with him in there? Or just pick
you know, we have confidence in Nick. Nick did a great job today making the calls and playing the position, you know. We'd love to have Brian in the game, but he's not able to go right now, so we got to go with what we have.
More injuries to the defense again today. Is there a concern with that, with the depth continue to be tested with just 3 games to go?
Right. Well, we've been lucky so far early in the season with injuries, so the injury bug is going to hit pretty much every team at some point during the year. It's just our time right now, but we're going to get guys healthy for these last 3 games, and we're going to have other guys to step up and play bigger parts.
How do you keep your confidence with the ups and downs of an NFL season?
It's just part of the game, you know. We don't expect anything to go great. It's not going to be great, and it's not going to be easy. Nobody said this thing was going to be easy. We got 3 games to go. We still control our own destiny, and we just got to get a win and get back on track.
Well, Corey Wooten continues to impress. He, though, had the Bears' only sack today. And, Hunter, yes, they only went back to pass. The Vikings did 17 times. Kind of hard to get a gauge on that from a pass rush standpoint. But still, last 7 games, I think just 12 sacks for this team. And that was so instrumental in the early success for the defense.
Yeah, you didn't see them have that many opportunities today. I think what disappointed me the most about the Bears D-line, not that they had a bad game, you just didn't see that disruptive penetration where you're getting guys in the backfield, cutting off half the field, forcing it back to tacklers. You usually consistently see that out of the Bears D-line. Really a lot of catching, staying in their gaps, making good plays, but not spectacular plays today.
All right, still to come, our Bears PGL Rewind, your comment of the week, and a look ahead to Sunday's date with the Packers. And we'll also have the results of our Discount Tire poll question of the day. More to come here on Chevy Dealers Bears.
Steakhouses do big, but not double XL.
Concession stands at any game through December 15th, or bring canned food items to the Bulls home game on December 15th. For more information or to purchase items in our virtual food drive, visit bulls.com/food drive. The Bulls thank you for your support.
This is more than just a jersey. It's legacy, history. When I wear it, I'm out to make Chicago proud. The next step, bringing back that trophy. That's my life, in the show.
Watch the show that does it all for Chicago. Sportsnet Central. Every night at 6:30, 10, 10:30 at midnight. Only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Welcome back. It's now time for our Monsters of the Midway, otherwise known as the Bears MVP. We always have our leading tackler do this first on the show. That always means it's Hunter every week.
Brandon Marshall, obviously, hats off to you. Congratulations. Keep doing it through the last 3 games and hopefully the playoffs. And then I thought Lance Briggs had a good game and an opportunity where he needed to step up. He's been a consistent elite performer for the Bears for a long time. 11 tackles, which will go up, a big TFL, and some great open field tackles on Adrian Peterson, too.
Jim? 2 great players, obviously. Lance Briggs, like you said, tremendous effort with the 11 tackles, plays hard. But my guy will be Brandon Marshall. 10 receptions, 160 yards, had the touchdown. We can say the guy's unstoppable, having a phenomenal season for the Bears so far this year.
All right, Jake? You know, and I'm going to go with Brandon as well. I think, you know, again, we're talking about dominating football games. He takes over a game offensively. And you're right, Hunter, on the defensive side. And again, this always goes back to, you know, guys you almost take for granted when you look at Lance and his effort again today. And by the way, I would say that, Nick Roach, who moved inside, didn't do too bad today either. But, I would add about 5 or 6 more had they won.
A little bit of a shout out to Corey Wooten, who continues to impress. 5.5 sacks on the year. Unfortunately, it was the only one that the Bears got today. But again, Brandon Marshall, he'll be my monster. Remember when it was so easy, when all the Bears needed was a #1 receiver and all the problems would be solved? Whatever happened to those days? One more check into our Chevy Dealers Interactive Suite. Let's go to our Bears den mom for the day. Listen to all the problems, Susanna Collins, one more time.
Oh, it's been fun. Well, we've been taking your questions and comments the entire show on csnchicago.com and on Twitter with that hashtag Bears Talk. And it's time to announce our comment of the week. And this one wins you a $50 gift card to Paris Club. So here it is, our tweet of the week from Sarah. She says, I think I speak for most wives when I say I really wish the Bears would do something so my husband will stop screaming at the TV. Very nicely said. Congrats, Sarah, and thanks everyone for your comments and your tweets throughout the show. And Chris, I got to be honest, I think there were probably a lot of wives screaming at the TV as well after that game.
Yeah, I don't blame them. A little TV abuse going on, unfortunately. All right, thanks very much, Susanna. We'll be back to wrap things up. One more look ahead to next week's big game, even bigger now, the biggest of the season. They're all that way. Also have our Bears PGL rewind. Join us after this break on We're all getting thirsty here on the set for our Bear beverages. Only once in the last 5 weeks. Second place, 20% of you saying you have to beat the Packers next week. We'll get to that in a moment, but first, want to head back inside the locker room one more time and hear from Bears defensive lineman Israel Donahue.
It's crunch time. It's playoffs for us. Intensity's got to pick up, and we'll go into this week of practice. We know these guys well, and we'll go in and play hard. The focus is just going in and playing hard and playing your best, no errors, and executing.
Henry's one of your best run stoppers. How much did that hurt when he went down?
Well, if a guy goes down, someone else has got to step up and not let the level play their drop. So, he went down for a little bit. He got back in the game. He's a warrior who got back in and continued to play. And, apart from that first drive, guys played hard and played tough.
But what happened on the first drive? AP doesn't usually start as strong as he started today.
Just, it's more about us than about them. You give them all the credit. They made the plays that first drive, but it's really just, we've just got to come out with a higher sense of urgency and make those plays. Guys were in position, just make those plays, and we cleaned it up, and we played solid from there forward.
Israel, is the silver lining that you still have control of your own destiny here?
At the end of the day, I don't know what the silver lining is. I think it's just we're focused on Green Bay. We're focused on this next game and playing our best this game coming up.
Does anyone ever get...
He's a great player. He's been that way for a long time.
Jay threw the ball great.
Kool-Aid taste, James.
Talk an awful lot about starting fast. You have to do that on the road. That opening drive really put us on our heels, and we never really covered.
Put yourself in a hole like that and then have to battle back. I thought the guys played hard and battled back. Just didn't have enough at the end.
It's the offense that failed this football team. And I said last week that this is a week where they have to stand up and be counted for, and they weren't. And there's no other way around it. They spit the bit today, and now they're going to pay the price for it, maybe by not making a trip to the postseason.
I'll tell you what, it is going nowhere, because I think you can kiss the playoffs goodbye when you look at the Chicago Bears right now.
We're in this situation, we have to step up, backs against the walls now, and we have to win out.
Nobody said this thing was going to be easy. We got 3 games to go. We still control our own destiny, and we just got to get a win and get back on track.
We knew it would be a race to the finish, and that's what we're going to have. That window of opportunity for us, of course, is as you know, it's a lot smaller, but we still control what happens with us.
Well, they can still control what happens. It all starts next week in our BMO Harris Bank windows next week. Packers are in town for the rematch in the third to last game after the Bears went up to Green Bay and lost in the second game of the season. Fifth straight loss to the Packers. It is now 7 of the last 8 against the division rival that Lovie Smith weighs so heavily in terms of this team's success, and you can understandably see it. And let's look ahead to next week. First from our former Bear and Packer, Hunter Hillis. Sorry about that. I didn't do it. But it's true. It's a fact.
The Bears, they're in such a weird spot right now. 8-5, but they've lost 4 of their last 5. And so psychologically, despite what their record says, they're in a bleak spot right now. But I still think the Bears make the playoffs. The goal in the last 3 weeks, obviously win a few games to get in, but give us some signs of life that you might actually do something in the event that you do sneak into the playoffs.
A 16-game season to me has come down to one game. It's one and done. They have to beat Green Bay next week or forget it, period.
Yeah, and I felt the same way about the Vikings game today, but, you know, who knows? It's still going to come down to that last week, I think. There's still going to be some teams that lose that you don't expect to lose. And you know,
like us losing to Arizona?
Well, take it easy. Easy, Jimmy.
All right.
And Dallas has a bunch of home games left, and they improved to 7-6 today by winning in Cincinnati. So they're 7-6, as we said. Washington also 7-6. The Vikings now 7-6 with the help of the Bears. And yeah, exactly. And Tampa Bay fell to 6-7 by losing in Philadelphia today. Bears are 8-5 after losing 21-14. We thank you for joining us here on Chevy Dealers Bears Postgame Live. For Hunter, Jim, and Jiggs, I'm Chris Bowden. We'll see you after the Packers game next week.